نجدد التحية لحضورنا الكريم من السادة والسيدات. حضورنا الكريم، نشير بعنايتكم وبانتباهكم إلى أن حفل الافتتاح سيبدأ بعد قليل، وحتى ذلك الحين يرجى العلم بأن اللغتين السائدتين على المنصة التي تقع أمامكم ستكون إما اللغة العربية أو اللغة الإنجليزية. لذا نرجو من الحضور الكريم التوجه إلى منتصف الجزء الخلفي من هذه القاعة لأخذ سماعات الترجمة واختيار اللغة المناسبة حالما يتطلب الأمر خلال أعمال هذا الحفل. شكرا لكم. Distinguished guests, a beautiful morning to you. We'd like to remind you with our opening ceremony standing by and commencing shortly that the two main stage languages will be Arabic and English. If you have collected your translation devices, a job well done. If you haven't, make sure you head to the back section, the middle back section of this hall, grab your translation device, and make sure you use them should you feel you're required to. Again, the main stage languages will be Arabic and English throughout the ceremony. Thank you and good morning, everyone. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, which also translates to in the name of Allah, the most graceful, the most merciful. أصحاب السعادة السادة والسيدات السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning to all of you. We'd like to alert you, of course, that the dominant stage language on this stage will be Arabic by a level of 65%. So make use of your translation devices that are available at your disposal. And with your permission, we transition to Arabic. يشرفنا أن نقف اليوم أمامكم لنرحب بكم في الدورة 17 من مؤتمر دبي العالمي لسلامة الأغذية، والذي دأبت على تنظيمه بلدية دبي منذ أكثر من 16 عاما انطلاقا من جهودها المتواصلة في الرقابة على قطاع الأغذية في إمارة دبي والإجراءات الاستباقية التي تتخذها لضمان سلامة الأغذية، وبالتأكيد لضمان حصول كافة سكان إمارة دبي على أفضل مقومات الحياة الصحية والسليمة والآمنة. لقد أخذت بلدية دبي حضورنا الكريم على عاتقها كإحدى أكبر وأقدم الجهات الحكومية بالطبع في دبي التزاما استراتيجيا لبناء منظومة مستدامة للغذاء في إمارة دبي وتوفير الحماية الاستباقية للمجتمع من المخاطر الغذائية وضمان سلاسل إمداد غذائية مرنة ومستدامة تعزز مستوى جودة الحياة لسكان الإمارة. حضورنا الكريم، اسمحوا لنا الآن بأن ندعو مدير عام بلدية دبي إلى المنصة لإلقاء كلمته الافتتاحية. We would like to call onto the stage the Director General of Dubai Municipality, His Excellency سعادة داوود الهاجري.
السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم اليوم في الدورة 17 من مؤتمر دبي لسلامة الأغذية تحت شعار أثر التغير المناخي على سلامة الأغذية. يأتي ذلك تزامناً مع انعقاد أعمال مؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة بشأن التغير المناخي كوب 28 في دولة الإمارات في مدينة إكسبو دبي. هذه المنصة العالمية التي تجمع قادة العالم والحكومات والخبراء لمناقشة القضايا المناخية، والتي تؤكد على رؤية دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة المستقبلية للعمل المناخي وضمان مستقبل أكثر استدامة للأجيال القادمة وتحقيق مستهدفات المبادرة الاستراتيجية للحياد المناخي للدولة بحلول عام 2050. الحضور الكريم، تلعب خياراتنا الغذائية وطرق الإنتاج وأنماط الاستهلاك الغذائي دوراً كبيراً في تزايد الأثر البيئي لأنظمتنا الغذائية، حيث تسهم أنشطة إنتاج وتصنيع الأغذية على طول السلسلة الغذائية بشكل كبير في انبعاثات الغازات التي تؤدي إلى الاحتباس الحراري. إن التغييرات المناخية الشديدة المتمثلة في ارتفاع مستويات ثاني أكسيد الكربون والزيادة المتوقعة في درجات الحرارة عالمياً ستؤدي حتماً إلى اضطراب التوازن الدقيق للنظم الغذائية. من هنا أخذنا على عاتقنا مسؤولية مضاعفة لمواجهة هذه التحديات والتحول نحو مستقبل أكثر استدامة باعتبارها مركزاً عالمياً للتجارة والابتكار. وما هذا المؤتمر إلا منصة نلتقي من خلالها لمناقشة هذه القضايا والفرص والتحديات المرتبطة بها، والنظر بعيداً إلى التحديات على المستوى العالمي، والعمل معاً للانتقال إلى صياغة الحلول وإيجاد الأفكار المبتكرة لاستغلال الفرص ومواجهة التحديات، وفي مقدمتها تحديات التغير المناخي. بدأنا بالفعل العمل على ذلك من خلال دمج أهداف الاقتصاد منخفض الكربون في الخطط التنموية الاستراتيجية لتحقيق رؤية صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي حفظه الله ورعاه للتصدي لتحديات التغير المناخي والوصول إلى اقتصاد أكثر استدامة. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، يتعين علينا تطوير تقنيات وتعزيز قدراتنا لاكتشاف وتقييم المخاطر الغذائية بشكل استباقي، وهو ما يعد أحد محاورنا وأهدافنا الاستراتيجية في بلدية دبي لتوفير منظومة غذائية مستدامة وتفعيل الحماية الاستباقية للمجتمع من مخاطر الغذاء، وتوفير سلاسل إمداد غذائية مرنة بما يتماشى مع استراتيجية إمارة دبي للأمن الغذائي، وكذلك المبادرة الوطنية للأمن الغذائي 2051 الرامية إلى دراسة المخاطر المعنية بتأثير التحديات العالمية على منظومة الأمن الغذائي، وتحديد البرامج الكفيلة بجعل دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الأفضل عالمياً في مؤشرها العالمي بحلول عام 2051. السيدات والسادة، وفي هذا الصدد ومواكبة لمبادرات الدولة في عام الاستدامة وضمن جهود بلدية دبي ومحاور عملها الاستراتيجية في بناء منظومة غذاء مستدامة تضمن سلامة واستدامة الأنظمة الغذائية وتجعل من دبي أكثر استدامة كل يوم، يسعدنا أن نعلن عن إطلاق برنامج بلدية دبي للتميز في الأنظمة الغذائية DM Food Elite، الذي يهدف لتكريم المنشآت الغذائية المتميزة في تطبيق معايير السلامة الغذائية والتغذية والاستدامة البيئية والمسؤولية المجتمعية والابتكار والرقمنة. الحضور الكريم، ختاماً نؤكد على اغتنام الفرص ومواجهة التحديات التي تؤثر على قطاع الغذاء العالمي، والأمن الغذائي وسلامته لن يكون ناجعاً على المستوى الفردي، بل يتطلب تضافراً للجهود العالمية إذا ما أردنا الحفاظ على مستقبل أكثر استدامة وازدهار وديمومة لنا ولأجيالنا القادمة. ونأمل أن يكون هذا المؤتمر كما عهدناه نقطة انطلاق لإحداث التغير الإيجابي في مجال سلامة الغذاء والتغذية والأمن الغذائي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
الشكر الجزيل لسعادة داود الهاجري على هذه الكلمة التي تبين فعلا مدى حجم العمل والجهود المبذولة في بلدية دبي لضمان أفضل مقومات الصحة والسلامة الغذائية، مما يعزز من استدامة وريادة وجودة الحياة في الإمارة، بما يتوافق بالطبع مع المستهدفات الوطنية لتبني نظم أكثر استدامة تحقق الاكتفاء الذاتي والأمن الغذائي. حضورنا الكريم، جميعنا نعلم أن الصورة تساوي 1000 كلمة، لذا نستأذنكم الآن أن نشاهد فيلما قصيرا عن مدى آثار التغير المناخي على النظم الغذائية، فلنتابع معا.
Amidst the glittering skyline of Dubai, a story of transformation unfolds. Here, the pulse of innovation beats in harmony with a commitment to sustainability, empowering us to envision a brighter, more resilient future as we navigate the challenges of climate change. The UAE significantly contributes to the seamless operation of the global food supply chain, ensuring millions worldwide have access to sufficient and safe food, a testament to human ingenuity and innovation. Have you ever paused to consider the journey of a simple bowl of rice? Let's take a moment. In addressing climate change and global food system, the UAE is an active partner, moving towards the use of advanced systems and renewable energy to enhance food production and processing, showcasing a commitment to sustainability and innovative solutions to address environmental challenges. Dubai, as a city at the forefront, makes its residents climate aware, fostering climate-conscious behaviors and guiding them on environmental protection. It stands as a center of knowledge and innovation, developing resilience models for other cities to adopt. At COP28, as the UAE embraced the vital shift to sustainable energy use, envision the journey of food that is produced, transported, processed, and consumed safely and sustainably. Joining hands to implement sustainable initiatives, Dubai Municipality makes a significant impact. By integrating smart strategies, these efforts contribute to a more sustainable and urban food supply resilience and reduce the environmental footprints. Let us unite in our efforts, transcending borders and ideologies, to build a resilient and sustainable future for our food systems and the generations that will inherit this planet.
ماذا نستنتج من هذا الفيلم؟ الحقيقة هي حضورنا الكريم يوما بعد يوم تترك التحديات المناخية التي تواجه كوكبنا آثارها على كل النظم البيئية والبيولوجية والموارد الطبيعية والبيئية، إضافة إلى نظم الإنتاج الغذائي، مما يؤثر بشكل بالغ على استدامة الحياة على هذه الأرض. لذلك تبنى مؤتمر دبي العالمي لسلامة الأغذية لهذا العام مناقشة تحديات وتغيرات المناخ على نظمنا الغذائية وسلامتها والوصول إلى حلول ناجحة لها. حضورنا الكريم، اسمحوا لنا الآن بأن ندعو سعادة وكيل وزارة الزراعة الأمريكية لإلقاء كلمتها. It is our pleasure to welcome to the stage the USDA Undersecretary Shavonda Jacobs.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sabah al-Khair, good morning and welcome. I would like to thank Dubai Municipality for organizing the 17th Dubai International Food Safety Conference. This conference comes just as we concluded COP28 on yesterday. I congratulate the UAE government on the remarkable success of COP28, its excellent organization, and the warm hospitality we received. And thank you for your vision and partnership in the Agriculture Innovation Mission AIM for Climate. 2 years ago, together with the United Arab Emirates, the United States at COP26, we launched the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate. AIM for Climate brings together partners from around the world to catalyze greater investments and support for climate-smart agriculture and food systems innovation. Together, we are successfully raising global ambition to meet the challenges we face in agriculture and in climate. It has been so rewarding to celebrate the momentum and achievements of AIM for Climate with many of our partners who are represented here today. Since launching at COP26, AIM for Climate partners have increased investments in climate-smart agriculture and food systems, accelerated innovation, and communicated the impacts of these investments thus far. Climate change has the potential to dramatically increase risk to our global food systems. For example, warmer climates could potentially impact the level of pests and diseases that we are confronted with. As a part of AIM for Climate, we are now the happy home for 78 innovation sprints. For example, one of our AIM for Climate innovation sprints is led by CropLife International. This $13 million collaboration with other AIM for Climate partners, BASF, Bayer, Corteva, FMC Corporation, and Syngenta, is accelerating the transition to sustainable, climate-smart pesticide management in low and middle-income countries. It's a good example of the co-benefits AIM's sprints have across the agriculture sector, and this effort has the potential to make significant gains for food safety. The United States recognizes that to accelerate scaling and deployment of innovation, we need public-private partnerships to thrive. AIM for Climate is uniquely positioned to build greater philanthropic, public, and private partnerships to thrive. We are working across sectorial partnerships globally. We're working interdisciplinary and across scientific enterprises. Details on the AIM for Climate movement can be found on our website, www.aimforclimate.org, a partnership between the United States and the United Arab Emirates. Climate change is one of the high priority topics we focus on at USDA with our partners. Today, we're here to talk about food safety. USDA is one of the federal agencies in the U.S. that ensures the safety and quality of our nation's food supply. We work with other agencies and partners to inspect, regulate, and educate the public about food safety and to respond to food safety emergencies and disasters. We also provide food assistance and nutrition education to millions of Americans who are food insecure. I am the Chief Scientist of the Department of Agriculture and Undersecretary of the Research, Education, and Economics Mission Area, which is the home of the scientific agencies for USDA. And an overarching principle we adhere to is quality, objective science in support of sound policy. Food safety research seeks ways to assess, control, or eliminate potentially harmful food contaminants, including both introduced and naturally occurring pathogenic bacteria, viruses, and parasites, toxins and non-biological based chemical contaminants, mycotoxins, and plant toxins. We have a unique position in USDA. With both science and regulatory missions, objective quality science undergirds sound policy decisions. At USDA, we ensure that our food safety regulations are transparent and science-based, providing opportunities for food safety communities of practice to participate in the rulemaking process. We inform and establish accountability through published regulations, notices, and directives, agency initiatives, support and research, and associated industry guidelines. A specific focus in food safety occupying our agenda lately is antimicrobial resistance. The USDA strategy to address AMR was announced during World Antimicrobial Awareness Week, which took place November 18th through 24th in 2023. The strategy identifies priorities in the terrestrial and aquatic food and agriculture sector to accelerate our understanding and minimize the risk of AMR. The strategy is organized around 3 areas of focus for collaborative action by USDA and its public and private partners: reducing disease and pathogen transmission to reduce AMR risk, improving the scientific knowledge base on AMR risk, and improving communication and collaboration within USDA and with our national, regional, and global partners to address AMR risk. USDA works alongside many partners to eliminate and limit and counter AMR. For instance, We conduct research on the farm, in the lab, and at processing facilities to identify solutions to AMR risks to human health. We evaluate the antimicrobial use in livestock too, with efforts in areas like researching how animal management can affect antimicrobial use and developing alternatives to antibiotics in food-producing animals. Our food safety work is a great example of another principle that guides us in USDA science, leveraging partnerships to achieve greater impact than we could alone. Our innovations are nothing if they are not used. Our revolutionary research is nothing if it is sitting on our shelves or simply in our peer-reviewed publications. Our work in mycotoxin illustrates the importance of effective partnerships. You all are experts, so you probably already know that certain molds make toxic chemicals called mycotoxins that can contaminate grain and nut crops like corn and peanuts. Mycotoxins affect 25% of crops worldwide, costing $1 billion to U.S. agriculture alone annually. USDA science researchers develop cells that make antibodies that can find and bind mycotoxins in grain samples. The test kits now available from industry contain the antibodies to detect mycotoxins at levels of 1 part per billion. That's equivalent to a pinch of salt in a 10-ton bag of potato chips. We are also developing next-generation tests called biosensors to detect multiple mycotoxins simultaneously. With our partners, we're keeping our food safe and supporting ag exports on on-farm incomes. One of our great partners is you, the United Arab Emirates. For the last 8 years, USDA has been working closely with Dubai Municipality to support the Dubai International Food Safety Conference. Every year, speakers from U.S. government entities, universities, research centers, nonprofit trade associations, and the private sector take part. USDA is keen to continue this relationship with Dubai Municipality, as we are convinced that information sharing and diversifying sources of information are critically important to the success of this conference. The future of food security and addressing the challenges of climate change relies on our collective action. I hope that all of you will continue with us on this journey to expand partnerships and increase investments in and support for climate-smart agriculture and food systems innovation for a more food-secure future. Thank you for having us today, and please enjoy the conference.
شكرنا الجزيل and our thanks to Shavonda Jacobs Young. Thank you very much. يسرنا الآن حضورنا الكريم أن ندعو إلى هذه المنصة ممثلة منظمة الأمم المتحدة للأغذية والزراعة لكلمة حول أثر التغير المناخي على سلامة الغذاء. It is our pleasure to welcome now on the stage the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Please welcome Dr. Leslie Amoruso.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, is delighted to join the Dubai Municipality in the 17th Dubai International Food Safety Conference, which this year focuses on the impact of climate change and food safety. Currently, there is a big momentum amplified by COP28 on the impact of climate change on food systems. And this conference reflects the importance given to the topic with specific focus on food safety. FAO is a specialized agency of the United Nations, leading international efforts to defeat hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition. Achieving food security for all is at the heart of FAO efforts to make sure that people have regular access to enough safe and high-quality food to lead active and healthy lives. With a global population set to reach 9.7 billion by 2050, the pressure on agri-food systems to nourish the world has never been higher, while at the same time staying within planetary boundaries. With less than a decade remaining to achieve the 2030 Agenda, the transformation of agri-food systems remains central to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. The 2030 Agenda flags the need for sustainable food production systems and the resilient agricultural practices that provide healthy and affordable diets, as well as tackle poverty, protect human rights, and restore ecosystems. And food safety is a central part of such a system. In order to promote agri-food systems that are more efficient, inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and equitable in the face of economic, social, and environmental challenges, there are growing efforts underway to transform agri-food systems to ensure that the rising global population has access to food that is nutritious, safe, and affordable. In this regard, FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031 focuses on agricultural system transformation through achieving 4 pillars: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. And food system and food safety is an integral part of each of these pillars. From our oceans to our farms and homes, climate plays a key role in food safety. For example, as climate change pushes temperatures up, the safety of our food is at risk. How? Warmer seas create favorable conditions for marine biotoxins, which can affect seafood safety. Warmer soil releases more heavy metals, which can be absorbed by crops. Rising temperatures bring more pests, which can make plants more vulnerable to fungal infections. Food safety challenges associated with climate change are accelerating and affecting our health and well-being, livelihoods, economies, and cross-border trade. While the impacts of climate change on global food production and food security are well known, the effects of climate change and food safety have, until recently, received less attention. In this context, FAO was one of the first UN agencies to recognize that climate change will have significant impacts on food safety landscape and will pose substantial challenges to sustainability and development. In 2008, FAO published a pioneering report entitled Climate Change: Implications for Food Safety, which provided a broad overview of the various effects of climate change on the food safety landscape. Subsequently, in 2020, FAO released a new report on the topic entitled Climate Change: Unpacking the Burden of Food Safety. This publication reviewed the effects of climate change on various hazards that can enter the food chain and attempted to quantify some of the current and anticipated food safety issues associated with the changing climate. The agri-food system must be, and sometimes already are, transformed to allow an ever-increasing and ever more urban population to access safe and nutritious food. How agri-food systems evolve and transform over the coming decades will have profound global implications for our health and social-economic well-being, as well as for the environment. The global awareness, capabilities, and capacities to manage food safety needs to stay in tune with the progression to ensure that the growing world population are adequately fed. So, what can be done to reduce the impact of climate change on food safety? 1, raising awareness through targeted communication. 2, engaging all stakeholders. 3, fostering a greater surveillance and data sharing. 4, strengthening food safety management. 5, investing in early warning systems. 6, adopting foresight to foster forward-thinking attitudes. 7, advancing current knowledge through further scientific research. While all the listed options are equally important and complementary to each other, I would like to pay a special attention on 2 of them: stakeholders' engagement. There is need for a holistic, integrated, and cross-sectoral approach based on timely collaboration among local, national, and global efforts. In other words, a One Health approach to food safety issues, especially in the face of climate change. Engagement of administrations with scientific communities, the private sector, healthcare providers, farmers, producers, and non-governmental organizations is vital to bringing a synergistic approach to addressing issues that have transdisciplinary impacts. And another one, adopting foresight to foster forward-thinking attitudes. So relying on approaches such as foresight helps anticipate future challenges and perpetuates resilience by continually updating preparedness. FAO is already applying in food safety a structured approach to gathering and interpreting intelligence, upon which proactive strategies are then built to identify future challenges and mitigate their impacts. Foresight should not replace traditional surveillance and monitoring systems, but rather should be introduced to complement them and take a holistic view of the potential issues that may require risk management measures. So, we all have a role to play to keep our food safe. Ensuring food safety at every step, from farm to fork, means that all stakeholders of the agri-food systems, farmers, producers, distributors, regulators, and the consumers that are truly the agri-food system sector as a whole, need to work together to keep food safe and prepare for and respond to threats in the supply chain. Throughout the world, food is kept safe by the collective efforts of all relevant actors, national authorities, by establishing relevant guidelines and standards, food producers by adopting good practices, business operators by complying with regulations, and the consumers by being aware of safe food handling practices. Food safety is everyone's business. Finally, the time for action is now. By taking steps to keep food safe today, taking into consideration climate change implications, we protect the lives and the livelihoods of tomorrow. On behalf of FAO, I wish you a successful conference with fruitful discussions and deliberations. Thank you.
شكرنا الجزيل لممثلة منظمة الأمم المتحدة للأغذية والزراعة دكتورة ليزلي أميروسو. Thank you, Dr. Amoroso. حضورنا الكريم، سننتقل معكم الآن إلى كلمة رئيسية سيلقيها علينا مؤسس شركة FY للحلول الذكية بعنوان حماية مستقبل غذائنا من خلال العلم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار. It is my pleasure now to invite to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, the former Deputy Commissioner of the FDA and founder of FY Smart Solutions. Please welcome with me ورحبوا معي بفرانك يانس.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, Dubai. What a pleasure and honor to be back with you, food safety Dubaiers, respected colleagues and friends. It's been a long time since I've been back in Dubai, and I consider this a real honor. I also think the topic that we're going to be talking about today, creating a sustainable food system, is a pretty important topic. If you pause to think about it, I genuinely believe there aren't too many topics more important than the one we're going to talk about today. Think about it. Everyone in this room has one thing in common. We all eat food. We all need food for survival. So I've been asked to talk to you about safeguarding the future of a safer food system, and doing that with innovation, creativity, that requires people. Doing that with science, we've heard the importance of a science-based system, using the scientific method, and also leveraging technology. And towards the end of my talk, I'm really going to emphasize the idea that technology is our friend, and technology is going to allow us to solve problems that I never thought were solvable or imagined. And we have to do this along the entire farm-to-fork continuum. We have to apply it early in food production, where it happens on the farm. We have to do it the way we transport foods, import and export foods to countries around the world. We have to do this in food processing establishments. We have to do it at retail, and we have to do it at the home. Let me begin with this simple thought, but yet profound. The world around us is changing very rapidly. Well, I know most of you are thinking, if we were sitting in this room 20 years ago, we'd have the same conversation. We'd say the world around us is changing rapidly. But the world around us is changing more rapidly than ever before. I heard this quote that really resonated with me, and let me share it with you. Never before in history has the pace of change been this fast, and it'll never be this slow again. Think about that. Never before has the pace of change been this fast, and it'll never be this slow again. And that means that the food system is also changing, and the pressures on the food system. So what I'm going to try to do is talk real briefly to set up this introduction on mega trends that are making this topic of a sustainable food system more important. Mega trends or maybe challenges. Let me begin with a simple history lesson. At the beginning of time, men and women were hunters and gatherers. They would go hunter and gather their food and bring it home. I doubt they were too concerned about food safety. They were certainly concerned about food availability. You fast forward over time, and what did you see? Men and women domesticating plants and animals. Early farming, a lot of that occurred right here in the Middle East. Early farming techniques. If you fast forward over time to the 20th century, what did you see? These are pictures from the hemisphere that I grew up in, but you had the industrial farming revolution. Farmers able to produce more food than ever before to feed a growing population. Not everybody had to be involved with food production. You could now go out and specialize and develop your own professions because there were men and women dedicated to producing foods for others. The top left picture is a food processing plant in Canada in the early 1900s. It's a beef slaughterhouse. Doesn't look too sophisticated, does it? Maybe just a building, physical assets, with carcass hanging there. And we know about the atrocious conditions in beef processing in the early 1900s. The bottom right is a grocery store in Chicago. Think about the modern retail grocery stores that I've seen here in Dubai this past week and how different they look than what this picture depicts. And what else is happening? The world is becoming the grocery store. When I was growing up in the 1970s and 80s and I went to the grocery store with my mother and father, the typical grocery store had about 15,000 stock keeping units. I thought that was pretty impressive. Wide selection of different foods. What happened at the turn of the century? The typical grocery store had about 50,000 stock keeping units. Imagine somebody, if we could do this, traveling in time from the 1500s to today's modern grocery store. They would think we were living like kings and queens. All this wide selection of food available. And where are we going? Talk to Amazon. They think it's the endless shelf. No longer limited by brick and mortar, but you can get online, order anything you want at any time from any place in the world. So the food system is changing, and that's presenting challenges for us. At the same time, foodborne illness remains too real. These are the estimates of foodborne disease by the World Health Organization. 600 cases a year, 1 in 10 people look around will experience a foodborne illness each year, and 420,000, that's right, 420,000, almost 500,000 deaths in the 21st century due to foodborne illness. Unless you think food honest is being critical here of other countries, foodborne illness is a real and present danger to Americans too. In our country alone, we have 48 million cases of foodborne disease, 6 Americans, and 3,000 deaths. But I don't know about you, these statistics generally don't impress me. And they almost make me think people don't really pay attention to what these mean. Behind every one of these numbers, there's a human face. There's a human story. And on the deaths, a tragic consequence. These numbers represent real people. Thought about it a little differently, I thought, well, what do these numbers mean? And I took a catastrophic event that happened in our country, Hurricane Katrina, which caused about 1,400 deaths, and it caused so much national outrage. Congressional leaders, presidents, very interested. Lots of investment, a lot of change because of a tragedy that caused 1,400 deaths. Foodborne illness deaths across the world are equivalent to 229 times the fatality associated with one hurricane. I paused to share this. Where's the global outrage? We can and we must do better. Here's another trend that's affecting us. Global population. You know what the population is now, approximately 8.1 billion people. But where are we going to? In very short order, we will be at 9.8 billion people, almost 10 billion people on the planet. This is going to happen quickly. Unless you think 2050 is a long time away, it's a blink of an eye. It'll be here before you know it. And what does this mean? That's an extra 1.7 billion mouths or people to feed in a very short period of time. This is a serious and daunting challenge. Again, thought about a little differently to try to get your attention. That's the equivalent in approximately 25 years, which will go like that, having the populations of 5 United States, which isn't a small country, placed on the planet. That's how many more people we have to feed. You can think of another country. That's the equivalent of having another country the size of India or China being placed on the planet in the next 25 years. Pretty daunting if you think about it. And we know that means we have to produce more food. whether it means we double or triple food production. We have to produce more food. But we know often have to just produce more food. I think we're starting to wake up to the fact that we have to reduce less food waste. Food, in my opinion, is just too important to waste. You've all heard the statistics. About a third of all food that is produced is lost or wasted. Where it gets lost or wasted varies depending on where you are in the world. Very developed economies tend to waste food very late in the food system. Lots of food waste occurring in institutional establishments in the home. More underdeveloped nations tend to waste food or lose food early in food production. Nevertheless, food is too important to waste, and in my mind, this is criminal. That much food being wasted. And not only is it important to feed other people, but it affects families' pocketbooks. In the US, it's been projected that the average family loses about $1,500 a year due to food waste. And with food inflation, I think if you calculate those numbers again, it's probably nearing $2,000 a year wasted from your ability to serve your families in another manner. And then, last but not least, climate change. One of the central themes of this meeting. Do you think climate change is affecting the food system today? I think the answer is yes. I don't think it's something we just simply need to look out over the horizon and say it's going to affect us. Let me try to talk about climate change in more concrete terms. I think you already heard. Up until recently, I was the former Deputy Commissioner for Food Policy Response at the US FDA. We had an infant formula crisis over the past few years. You might have read about it in the news. One production plant out of 21 production plants that served our nation was no longer in operation because of a massive recall. What we learned is that we're pretty good at supply chain efficiencies. We weren't that good at supply chain efficiencies. How can one plant going down devastate your ability to serve infants with infant formula? They produced a large proportion. We worked hard to get that infant formula plant up and running again. When we got it up and running, 11 days later, that plant was affected by a flood in the city of Sturgis, Michigan. A flood that they said was a 1 in 100 year flood. And it took out one of the most critical infrastructures or assets in our nation, a really important infant formula manufacturer. I would say that's a real impact, a real example of climate change affecting our ability to serve the most vulnerable of consumers, infants. And summer in the US, we had a record number cases of cyclospora, a rare parasite. When I was at FDA, for the 4 years I was there, I watched that closely. I didn't want cyclospora cases to increase on my watch. This year, we had a doubling of the amount of cyclospora cases among US residents. It's not because detection got better, but we had some very hot temperatures in our hemisphere where the pathogen, a parasite, got into waters and potentially multiplied and became infectious. I think climate change is already starting to affect us, and we're getting some early glimpses of what could happen. And the last mega trend affecting us is science. We said the way forward is leveraging science, but what do I see happening all over the world, which is a little bit concerning to me? I see people concerned about science. I see people fearing science. They want science in their handheld devices, but they don't want science in their food. And we're going to have to increase food literacy in populations. So I've mentioned these challenges. We've got a changing food system. Foodborne illness is still real and present. Growing population. We have to produce more food. We have to waste less. We have to deal with the effects of climate change. And we need to use science and not allow people to be afraid of it. These are challenges to the future of food. So here's the central question that we're going to try to answer over the course of this conference. How do we, in these challenges environments, produce enough safe, affordable, and sustainable food to feed a growing population? Think about it. What's your answer? I think There are no simple answers. There are no silver bullets. But there are things we can do and must do. One, we need a bigger conversation. We need to elevate the conversation. And thank you so much, very sincerely, Dubai Municipality, for having this conversation. This is a global conversation, the types that we need to elevate. You heard from earlier speakers, we have to collaborate. No single country, no single institution, no single food producer can solve this alone. We need everyone at the table. We also need change. What got humans to the point of being alive in 2023 in today's food system is not going to be what gets us there to the year 2050. I believe, simply put, these modern times are going to require more modern approaches. And like my talk's title suggested, if you look at the bottom there, these are critical ingredients. It has to be people-led. Creativity doesn't happen because of machines. It requires smart men and women like those sitting in this room, listening by YouTube, and working together around the world. We have to leverage the scientific method, and we have to leverage new and emerging technologies. And I'm going to try to give you a couple of quick examples, and I'll close. Beginning with, it has to be people-led. We need a food revolution. I don't think I'm being dramatic. And I think this revolution has already started. How many of you believe we're in a food revolution? Some hands are going up. Let me tell you what I've seen the past 4 years, and I've been working on food for over 35 years. I see foods being reformulated all over the world. Try to make them healthier, sometimes more sustainable, eliminating packaging, food reformulation happening. What else do I see? I see new foods being developed. When I was at FDA, we negotiated with USDA a memorandum of understanding on how we were going to regulate cell-cultured meats, a new food that has never been on the planet. What else do we see? New foods such as plant-based foods, gene-edited crops, new foods being developed. We have new food production methods arising. And last but not least, the food system is becoming increasingly digitized. We need to continue to accelerate this food revolution. That's creativity. How about science? I'll just give you one example. In the United States, we've had our share of outbreaks associated with fresh leafy greens. Why is that? These very nutritious products are grown outside. They're subject to contamination by air, land, soil, animals, adjacent land use. Beautiful. This is from a state in our country that's considered the salad bowl of the world. And while the farmers are doing fantastic jobs trying to minimize contamination, this is another thing that I've seen. This is a client that I'm working with. Moving that production in through what we call controlled environmental agriculture. We can control the environment because we're growing it inside. We can control water. That state that I showed you is experiencing tremendous water shortage. In this facility, we're using rainwater, we're recycling water, and we're making sure that water is clean. What else can we do? We can control the temperature. This is science to use and produce foods in new ways that we didn't do in the past. And then lastly, I'll close with an emphasis on technology. When I was at FDA, we created a blueprint called the New Era of Smarter Food Safety that laid out a pathway for the United States government on how to modernize our food safety approaches. It begins with this simple idea: a more sustainable food system, a safer food system, begins and ends with data. Endpoint. It begins and ends with data. And how do we use data? I was having some conversations before I joined this session with people that are leveraging data in new and creative ways. I'll give you 3 examples. And on this portion, I want you to remember that it's never about the technology. It's not about the technology. Frank Yiannas is not chasing the shiny coin. I'm not chasing blockchain distributed ledger. I'm not chasing artificial intelligence. I'm not chasing the Internet of Things. I'm chasing solutions to public health problems. And it just happens to be that these technologies are my best hope to solve them. The challenge of food traceability. It's central to so many problems, whether you're concerned about malicious trade practices or slave labor, whether you're concerned about climate change and sustainable practices, or you're concerned about food safety, food traceability matters. I wanted to see, can we use distributed ledger technology, blockchain technology, to improve traceability? Why? I told you it's a decentralized food system. This is a decentralized database. You can't get the entire food system in a centralized database. But a decentralized database, maybe you can. You also want to be able to ensure you can trust those records, because with distributed ledger technology, records can be immutable. You can't change them. So some of you have heard this story. It's worth repeating again. When I worked at the world's largest retailer, Walmart, we did this proof of concept. Call it the life story of a mango. Those mango seedlings are planted. It takes 7 years for those trees to mature. Once they mature and fruit is ripe on these trees, we send farm crews out to pick the mangoes. The mangoes go to a packing house, then get shipped to the United States by air, land, and sea. They go to a food processor there in the middle. Those mangoes get washed, peeled, sliced, placed into clamshells. In this example, they went to 43 Walmart distribution centers across the United States, and they ended up in 6,000 retail stores. I took a package of those sliced mangoes, and I came into one of my staff meetings, and I said, trace these mangoes back to source. Study starts right now. How long do you think it took the world's largest company, known for being great at supply chains, to trace those mangoes back to source? It took them 6 days, 18 hours, and 26 minutes. That's too long. As we started doing a proof of concept with distributed ledger technology, we were able to scan a package of those mangoes and trace them back to source in 2.2 seconds. That's food traceability at the speed of thought, brought to you by blockchain. But it wasn't just speed. What was it? What do we have in today's food system? It's a very anonymous food system. We really don't know where foods come from. We really don't know how they're produced. It gave us transparency. 2 more examples real quickly. AI. This year, we've just seen AI take off, right? ChatGPT. We're all living with AI. You have AI tools on your handheld. If you're shopping online, you're a product of AI. If you're going to seek medical treatments, generally AI being used in lots of domains of medicine, can we use it to create a safer and more sustainable food system? When I was at FDA, we took a look at imported seafood. Most people don't realize most of the seafood consumed in the United States comes from abroad. The bottom picture shows 94%. We don't eat seafood in the United States grown in our waters. All of it comes from abroad. FDA has a very strict import system called PREDICT. We wanted to see, can we increase our ability to predict which seafood shipments coming into the U.S. are contaminated or violative? We used artificial intelligence, and we increased our predictive capabilities of finding violative seafood shipments by a whopping 300%. Think about that, a 300% increase. It's dramatic. And then last but not least, it's the Internet of Things, another technology that's emerging. We all know what the Internet of Things. Anything physical that can have a digital identity, a digital voice, and be digital monitored can. And we're starting to do that with food. I was sharing with somebody this morning, if I can pull it out. This is next generation RFID. It's called ambient IoT. These little stamps here are a computer chip. We started with computers with the mainframe. We then had computers on our desktops. We then had computers in our handheld. And now, for about less than 10 cents, you can have computing power on a little thin, flexible film. Think about that. The ability to give computing power to just about anything that you want. And we're starting to put these on food packages, so not only can we track where did it come from, we can track temperature conditions, moisture, light, etc. We'll change the paradigm on how we do our work. Why would you want to go visit or inspect something when you can monitor it almost in real time, 24/7? And so I hope I've given you a glimpse that the future is already here. And I'll close with this comment. Never before in history has the responsibility to provide safe, available, and sustainable food to so many rested on the shoulder of so few, many of you represented here. And never before have the consequences of not getting this right been more important. Remember, alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. Thank you for what you're doing. Appreciate it.
شكرا الجزيل لسيد فرانك يانس. Thank you, Mr. Frank. حضورنا الكريم، الآن بالطبع نعلن ختام حفل افتتاح أعمال هذا المؤتمر فقط لكي نبدأ بعد قليل العروض التقديمية والجلسات المصاحبة له. لكن بداية، هلا شاركتموني في أن نوجه شكرا الجزيل لأصحاب السعادة الذين شاركونا فعاليات الافتتاح في صباح هذا اليوم، ونستأذنهم ونتمنى لهم التوفيق والمباركة في افتتاح أعمال الجولة للمعرض المصاحب. نرجو من حضورنا الكريم البقاء في مقاعدهم أيضا ريثما يتم تدشين هذه الجولة لنعلن عن المعلومات المصاحبة للفعاليات القادمة. ابقوا معنا. إذن حضورنا الكريم، سنتلو على مسامعكم الآن بعض المعلومات. Distinguished guests, we're going to be giving some housekeeping notes for now. Don't worry, they're going to be bilingual in Arabic and English. Let me first start in Arabic. حضورنا الكريم، أعمال مؤتمرنا ستتواصل بالطبع على مدى 3 أيام بأكثر من 80 ورشة، لذا نتمنى لكم مشاركة مثمرة ونتوقعها أيضا. سنأخذ استراحة قصيرة قد تصل إلى 20 دقيقة وقد تكون أقل من ذلك، لذا نرجو منكم أن تعيرون آذانكم طوال الوقت، حيث سيتم تلاوة العديد من الإعلانات والمعلومات حول الجلسات النقاشية والكلمات التي سوف تتلى من على هذه المنصة في وقتها المحدد. إذا كنتم قد سجلتم عند الاستقبال، بإمكانكم استخدام التطبيق الذكي والاطلاع على الأجندة وجدول أعمال هذا اليوم. لذا استمتعوا بهذه الاستراحة القصيرة. Distinguished guests, the works of our conference are going to be ongoing for 3 days with more than 80 workshops. But here's what you need to note. We're going to be taking a short break. It's not going to exceed 20 minutes. It might be less. So we are heavily relying on your powers of observation, because there's going to be a number of housekeeping announcements that will alert you to parallel sessions that will be ongoing in different halls, and the keynote presentations that will be going on this hall. So make sure, if you're hearing an announcement, it's definitely not in your head. It's actually from this hall. And we'll expect your return in less than 20 minutes as we will continue the works of our conference. Until then, enjoy your caffeine break. Good morning, everyone. Very welcome. Thank you.
Çantalar kötü. Ya şöyle. Still one more back.
Distinguished guests, good morning once again. This is an announcement calling everyone who is engaged in the tour accompanying our Food Safety Conference to rejoin us back at the main hall, for we are about to resume at any given second. Distinguished guests, of course, we'd like to alert you, or more likely remind you and notify you, that the seats do not bite, particularly the seats at the front rows. So feel free to advance unless you're scared of the spotlight. And we'd like to remind you, of course, to make use of your translation devices. However, of course, now at this section of this conference, the upcoming keynote presentations will be relayed to you in English, as the English language will be the dominant stage language. Standing by, your presence will be our cue to resume. Thank you. And with this, we resume. Distinguished guests, coming up right now is a keynote presentation under the title of The Role of Food Regulations to Overcome Climate Change Impact. An important title which will be discussed and relayed to us by the president of GCC Standardization Organization, which is GSO for short. Please welcome with me His Excellency, Mr. Saoud bin Nasser Al Ghasimi. Give him a welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وبه نستعين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. يطيب لي بداية أن أتقدم لسعادة مدير عام بلدية دبي وجميع منتسبيها، وللجنة المنظمة لمؤتمر دبي العالمي لسلامة الأغذية بجزيل الشكر والتقدير لكرم الدعوة لهيئة التقييس لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر، والذي ينعقد هذا العام تحت شعار أثر التغير المناخي على سلامة الغذاء، ومتزامناً مع مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28 الذي تستضيفه دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة كأكبر حدث عالمي يهدف إلى توحيد الجهود العالمية لتقليل انبعاثات الكربون، حيث يجمع الأطراف الموقعة على اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن التغير المناخي لتقييم التقدم المحرز على صعيد مكافحة التغير المناخي. الأخوة والأخوات الحضور، تضع هيئة التقييس لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية قطاع الأغذية وسلامة الأغذية على رأس أولوياتها وخططها الفنية، لما يمثله هذا القطاع من أهمية حيوية تتعلق بصحة وسلامة المستهلك في الدول الأعضاء، ويتجلى ذلك من خلال إصدار أكثر من 1930 مواصفة قياسية ولائحة فنية خليجية موحدة في قطاع الغذاء والزراعة، من إجمالي 27,000 مواصفة خليجية قياسية خليجية لمختلف القطاعات والخدمات، إضافة إلى تشكيل لجنة فنية خليجية رئيسية تعنى بمواصفات المنتجات الغذائية والزراعة، وعدد 4 لجان فرعية منبثقة منها، ولجنة فنية رئيسية أخرى لمواصفات الحلال وخدماته. كما شكلت الهيئة مؤخراً اللجنة الفنية الخليجية لمواصفات البيئة والتغير المناخي، ويجري العمل حالياً على تشكيل لجان فنية فرعية ومجموعات عمل أخرى تخدم توجه الهيئة والدول الأعضاء وتواكب المتطلبات والتوجهات الإقليمية والدولية. كما تعمل الهيئة بشكل فاعل مع أجهزة التقييس بالدول الأعضاء وشركائها المحليين والخارجيين والجهات ذات العلاقة بالدول الأعضاء، وتعزيز التعاون والتنسيق بما يسهم بفعالية في تنفيذ خطة وتوجهات الهيئة وتنفيذ استراتيجياتها، ويخدم الدول الأعضاء ويلبي احتياجاتها من التشريعات الفنية المطلوبة، والتي يأتي في مقدمتها تشريعات ومواصفات الأغذية وضمان سلامتها وجودتها، كما تعمل على تطبيق أفضل الممارسات الدولية من خلال تبني المواصفات الدولية وتنسيق مواقف الدول الأعضاء في الفعاليات والمحافل الدولية ذات العلاقة. ومن منطلق حرص الهيئة على مشاركة الشركاء من مختلف القطاعات بما فيها القطاع العام والخاص بالدول الأعضاء في أعمال اللجان الفنية الخليجية ومساهمتهم في إعداد المواصفات القياسية واللوائح الفنية الخليجية وإبداء الملاحظات بشأنها، وقد أطلقت الهيئة مبادرة مشاركة الشركاء في تطوير المواصفات القياسية واللوائح الفنية الخليجية من الجهات الحكومية والقطاعات الصناعية والتجارية والخدمية وقطاع كبار المستخدمين والجامعات والجهات الأكاديمية الأخرى، وكذلك الغرف التجارية والصناعية، بهدف تطوير ومواءمة المواصفات القياسية واللوائح الفنية الخليجية، ولتصبح المرجعية في التطبيق وتخدم التجارة البينية بين الدول الأعضاء على المستوى الخليجي، كما تدعم تصدير الصادرات الخليجية إلى أسواق العالم. السيدات والسادة الحضور، إن تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الذي دأبت بلدية دبي على تنظيمه سنوياً وفي نسخته 17 يمثل فرصة مفتوحة للخبراء والمختصين وأصحاب المصلحة والشركاء من جميع القطاعات لتبادل المعارف والخبرات والممارسات العالمية والإقليمية والوطنية حول المستجدات العالمية في مجال سلامة وجودة الغذاء، وعلى رأسها التغير المناخي وأثره على ركائز الأمن الغذائي، وهي التوافر والوصول والاستخدام والاستدامة، حيث يمكن أن تؤدي درجات الحرارة المرتفعة إلى نتائج قد تكون كارثية على المحاصيل الزراعية والجودة الغذائية، أو تلك المتعلقة بزيادة حالات التسمم الغذائي المرتبط بالبكتيريا، إضافة لخطر التعرض للملوثات الكيميائية في الأغذية، ومن ذلك علاقة ارتفاع درجات الحرارة في البحار بارتفاع تركيزات الزئبق في المأكولات البحرية، إضافة لأثر التغير المناخي على سلاسل الإمداد وزيادة الأمراض المنقولة عبر الأغذية ونقل الآفات النباتية إلى مناطق جديدة تؤثر على صحة الإنسان والحياة الفطرية بشكل عام، فضلاً عن مناقشة المؤتمر لقضايا مهمة كالتقنيات الحديثة في سلامة الغذاء وإدارة المخاطر الغذائية، مع تسليط الضوء على دور سلامة الغذاء في تعزيز الاستدامة ودعم اقتصاديات الدول، بما يسهم في وضع ممكنات نظم وتشريعات متطورة وفعالة تواكب التطورات وتعالج التحديات المعاصرة في مجال سلامة الأغذية. وبقدر هذه الفرصة التي أتيحت لحضور هذا المؤتمر الحيوي والهام، نتطلع للخروج بنتائج مهمة لتعزيز سلامة الغذاء والأمن الغذائي ومواكبة التغير المناخي على المستوى المحلي والإقليمي والدولي، من خلال استراتيجيات وخطط متكاملة توضع بطريقة شفافة ومراعية للأبعاد المختلفة الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والبيئية، ومواءمة التشريعات والمتطلبات الإقليمية والدولية لتسهيل انسيابية تجارة الأغذية وتعزيز الشفافية فيما يتعلق بالتشريعات الخاصة بالرقابة على الأغذية، واستخدام التقنيات الحديثة والأبحاث والدراسات العلمية المتخصصة التي تعزز تطبيق أنظمة سلامة الغذاء على المستويين الإقليمي والعالمي. وفي الختام، لا يفوتني في هذا المقام إلا أن أكرر شكري وامتناني لبلدية دبي والجهات المنظمة والمتعاونة في تنظيم ونجاح هذا المؤتمر، والشكر موصول لجميع المشاركين والحضور الكريم، آملين أن يسهم هذا المؤتمر في زيادة الوعي والمعرفة بسلامة الأغذية وآثار التغير المناخي على سلامة الغذاء، ويقدم الحلول والمقترحات للتكيف مع تغير المناخ والتخفيف من تداعياته السلبية من أجل إبقائه عند المستويات التي لا يزال من الممكن فيها حماية الأمن الغذائي العالمي وضمن توافر الغذاء للجميع. وفق الله الجميع لكل خير ولما فيه خدمة أوطاننا والبشرية جمعاء. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Shukr Jazeel wa Hamak Allah. Special thanks to His Excellency Mr. Saud bin Nasser Al Khsaibi, and may Allah protect him. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, gravity exists, courtesy of Isaac Newton. That said, distinguished guests, it is my pleasure now to introduce our next keynote. It is under the title of The Impact of Climate Change on Food Safety. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to invite to the stage the Senior Food Standards Officer, Secretariat Codex to Alimentarius Commission. Please welcome Dr. Sarah Cahill.
Good morning, everybody. And it's a great pleasure to be here with you today, and thank you very much to the organisers for inviting me and inviting the Codex Secretary to be part of this excellent and very timely event. So today I want to talk to you a little bit about what we've heard a lot about so far today, which is climate change and food safety. And I think I will just try to build on the excellent opening session we had this morning, where we already heard of many of the challenges we're facing when it comes to food safety. But first, perhaps just to look back a little bit, and as you heard in the introduction, I'm working with the Codex Secretariat, which is responsible for ensuring the running of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. And this year, Codex is celebrating 60 years of existence. And for those of you who may not be familiar with Codex, it's responsible for setting food safety and quality standards to protect consumer health and ensure fair practices in food trade, and also tries to promote harmonization of food safety and quality standards. And this is done by our members. We have 188 member countries and one member organization, the European Commission. And we also have over 240 observers. And we just heard from GSO, who is one of the observers that participates and contributes to the work of Codex. Now, when you reach 60 years, it's a very good time to look back and reflect a little bit and try to learn from the past and see what has been happening, and to use that then as a means of planning for the future. And right now, we're working on developing our Codex strategic plan for 2026 to 2031. And this is very timely, because when we look at the drivers of food safety and quality for that period, we cannot avoid talking about climate change and its relationship to food safety and quality, and how that might impact the work which we're doing when it comes to standard setting. But we also note that over time, the way in which we worked and the way in which we've addressed food safety and quality has always been evolving to and adapting to changes around us. And I think what we're seeing now, and I think what we heard this morning, is that the need to adapt has to be accelerated. We need to move more quickly than we have had in the past. And this presents challenges for all of us. So what are these challenges, and how are they going to impact what we do, whether it be in standard setting or whether it be for you working in a food safety authority, whether you're in research or whether you're the one at the forefront of producing safe food? Well, we've heard already there's numerous changing environmental conditions. And the problem with changing environmental conditions is they create uncertainty. We very much depend on, at least in our standard setting work, science as the basis for our standards. The challenge is, however, when things change, when environmental conditions change, the data and information on which we're basing our standards, on which we're basing our risk management options, mean that they may not be effective anymore. The profile of the hazards we're addressing changes. The validity of our risk assessments comes into question because perhaps the impact of temperature, the data on which we based our original assessments are no longer valid. And so this means that we need to address all of these factors and start, as again we heard many times, we need to revisit the data, relook at the information available to us, and see how we can re-evaluate our assessment of risk to food safety, and then address and adapt our control measures accordingly. Now, if we just look at one single aspect of climate change, we can see that the impact it can have on the safety of our food is multiple. And one of these is just rising temperature, which can affect food across the world. So firstly, the increase in temperature can lead to a proliferation of certain microbiological contaminants that are found in our food. And so if that's not managed appropriately, we will see increased cases of foodborne and waterborne disease. It can have an impact on the way our food behaves when we're growing it, for example. So we heard, I think, already this morning as well, that many times the increase in temperature in the soil will lead to an increase in uptake in heavy metals. Are we able to deal with that right now? We've heard about increasing water temperatures creating algal blooms and leading to biotoxins within our seafood supply. Again, another challenge that we have to be ready to address. And often, because we're driving an increase in microbiological contamination, we can also drive the increase in disease in our animal production systems and our plant production systems, which we need to respond to, often with changing management systems or an increase in pesticide use, which again can create a food safety challenge. So when we look at the impact of climate change on food safety, we're not just looking at the direct effects, so the direct effects that these changes, such as temperature, have on the behavior or the type or the extent of a hazard and the efficiency of the control measures, but also an indirect effect. Many actions have to be taken by many players to mitigate the impact of climate change. And sometimes these have unintended consequences, which we also need to be aware of when it comes to food safety. So over the next few minutes, I'm going to look at a few of the hazards that we address in food safety, many of you will be familiar with, and some for which we have international standards, but which we're going to have to revisit some of these due to changes as a result of climate change. And one of these is salmonella, non-typhoidal salmonella, which already has a high human health impact. There's an estimate that it causes over 90 million illnesses per year, and over 80 million of those are foodborne. So this is a lot of sick people. And again, over 150,000 deaths each year. But the thing about salmonella is it's very adaptable, and it's probably adapting to climate much faster than we are. It's also persistent, and it's now associated with a wide range of foods. 20, 30 years ago, many of us think of salmonella as a zoonotic pathogen we associated with foods of animal origin. But not anymore. If you look at almost any food product, we've seen problems related to salmonella. We're seeing it persisting in dried foods, and we're seeing that it infects people with very low numbers. So this presents a particular challenge for food safety moving forward. And we're finding, if we look to the science, the studies in this area are showing that the increasing temperature is really in favor of the salmonella in this case. So just a small increase in temperature, ambient temperature, is resulting in a larger number of outbreaks of salmonellosis. And this has been found in European studies, studies in North America, studies in Australia. And without some mitigation, this increase could be quite extensive. And it's not just temperature. We're also seeing that from some of the studies, changes in precipitation are also having an impact on salmonella. So good for the salmonella. This is winning in this case. It shows how much work we need to do to be able to adapt, maybe not as quickly, but at least keep pace with this ever-changing organism. Another one that often comes up when we're discussing food safety and climate change is Vibrio species, which is responsible for the majority of human diseases attributed to the natural flora in aquatic environments, and particularly raw and undercooked seafood. And it's we heard already today, a lot of seafood moves in international trade. So when we have a contaminant like this, it can also be an impediment to international trade. And temperature plays a particular role when it comes to this pathogen and its ability to grow and in the environment. Vibrio is something that's been spreading since the 70s, starting with Vibrio cholera and then Vibrio parahemolyticus from the Bay of Bengal in particular. And we humans have been contributing to that global spread of Vibrio through our global movements. But also, at the same time, we've seen an increase in seawater temperature. And what we're seeing is with this increase in seawater temperature, the conditions where Vibrio species can proliferate and persist within the environment have increased. So there's a geographic spread of those. And so this is an example as well where when it comes to data, which we've heard is very important, it's not just about our data on food safety, not just about our data on contaminants, but also data on the environment and changes in that we need to combine with additional data to better understand what's happening. And Vibrio is one area where there have been studies done on this. We have data that shows increases in foodborne vibriosis in Northern Europe and the US Atlantic coast over the last 20 years. And this is also somehow correlated with these increases in seawater temperatures. And some work has been done using modeling to look at what the future could be like with Vibrio infections in a warming planet. And this work being done by Trenanes and Martinez highlights the value of using data from different sources and predictive models to help us understand what might happen in the future. But in this case, the future has kind of already come. So we've been able to see over the past 20 years that there's already been an increase in Vibrio illness in many parts of the world, particularly as we move north into where originally we would have thought they were of lower risk of this particular pathogen. So the data is showing us, and also the predictions are showing us that we are going to have, and we already do have, more cases related to Vibrio in seafood from the north of Europe, the Atlantic Northwest, the Pacific Northwest, and southeastern China. And we can expect further expansion, both temporally and spatially, of vibriosis moving forward. But these are just two of the pathogens, and there's many others that are also, let's say, adapting well to this change in climate. We're seeing increases, for example, in the occurrence of parasites in freshwater fish or in plants. When it comes to animal agriculture, often we get an increase in pathogen shedding related to an increase in temperature. And also this increase in animal disease, which can lead to an increased use in medicines, and also contribute to other problems we're seeing, such as antimicrobial resistance. Perhaps one positive note is viruses don't tend to like the heat as much. They persist much better in cooler climates, so increasing temperatures may contribute to a decrease in some viruses. And on the other side then, increasing precipitation is also contributing to the problem of food safety. Often with more water, it's easier to spread some of these contaminants around. We're seeing increases perhaps in internalization of pathogens on vegetables, on leafy vegetables, which is a problem for us because this reduces the opportunity we have to remove these pathogens and make that food safe. Now, algal blooms are something that occur when algae grow out of control due to various environmental conditions. And these have been happening for many, many years. But often they're quite limited, and there's a good knowledge in the areas where they occur of when they will occur and what the impact of that is. And the impact is usually that they produce biotoxins which can then accumulate in fish or shellfish, and these induce various toxic syndromes in humans when consumed. But the challenge we're facing now is that with changing climate, with changing seawater temperatures, these harmful algal blooms are expanding to new areas. And many of these areas are not prepared for this. This is a new problem for them. They're not able to address the challenges. And also the old risk management knowledge is no longer being effective. It's not sufficient to control this hazard anymore. So this is presenting a risk to public health and to trade. And one example relates to ciguatera, which is a toxin produced by dinoflagellates. And these proliferate when we have changes in coral reefs. The dinoflagellates are consumed by small fish, and then these are consumed by larger fish, which are then eaten by humans. So, and if the level of biotoxin in them is too high, then you have human illness. And this is a case in point where we are seeing a geographic spread of the organisms that lead to ciguatera poisoning in humans. So while before those red patches show those areas where we've seen them, ciguatera has been an endemic problem, now it's moving further north and south. And also, even within these areas, the old adages of when this was a problem are changing. So often the temporal range of the risk is changing as well. We've heard this morning as well about mycotoxins and what indeed they are. And these are something that are quite sensitive as well to the environmental conditions that the fungal can grow in. And what's interesting about this is we have many different fungal species which produce mycotoxins. And some of them are very good at adapting to dry conditions. Some of them prefer wet conditions. So this means that it's not just that we know which fungus is going to affect our environment anymore, but we're going to have a problem of geographic spread again of these, because the conditions for which encourages favorable fungal growth are perhaps changing, or more importantly, they're becoming more uncertain. We're not aware, or it's unexpected when those conditions will arise. And this makes it much more difficult for us to put management intervention measures in place, and highlights the importance again of this intelligence gathering, so we can try to be a little bit forward-looking and forecast when such favorable conditions arise and how we might then manage them. Heavy metals are another example of an issue that climate change is exacerbating. One of these is methylmercury in fish, where we're seeing warmer water is leading to an increase in bioaccumulation. And this is another really interesting area where, again, data from many different sources is being collected and allowing us to develop more accurate predictive models in relation to methylmercury levels in fish. And this data now needs to be incorporated into our risk management models so that we can understand how we might optimally address this particular increasing risk. But it's not only about the hazards. So yes, there's a lot of hazards out there and they're changing. But many of our inputs to food production systems are also being impacted. Water is a critical part of safe food production. However, we're seeing challenges with water scarcity, challenges with access to clean water, the need to reuse water more. So how do we incorporate that into our food safety management programs? Within Codex, this is something that's arisen within the last few years as we were revising our principles for food hygiene. And members were saying, okay, but it's not good enough to simply say use clean water or use potable water anymore, because I don't have access to that within my food production system. And as a result, we've used a lot of scientific information and the scientific risk assessment work of FAO and WHO to move towards what we call a fit-for-purpose water approach, whereby you promote risk assessment as a means of identifying the risks associated with your particular water source, and then taking the necessary measures to reduce that risk so that when you use it in the context of food production, it does not create a food safety problem. And this is one of the areas where I think are an example of an area where we will have to be more adaptive in the future. We cannot assume that what worked in the past worked in the future, and we need to come up with ways to address those. And we're not just working in isolation in our little food safety bubble. Of course, it would be nice to think that if we could only control the safety of the food, then everything is okay. But there's a lot of other things happening out there. We've heard a lot this morning about sustainable food systems, about agri-food system transformation. And all of these things are happening irrespective of what we talk about here. So we need to be at the table when those conversations happen. As food safety experts, we need to be there to ensure that all those measures that are being taken also consider any potential food safety implications. Otherwise, we run the risk of having unintended consequences, and our job as food safety experts just becomes much more difficult, and perhaps our solutions even become more limited. One Health is another way of highlighting how we need to work with many other stakeholders within the food system. And when it comes to One Health, usually we're working with like-minded professionals. We want to keep food safe, they want to keep plants safe, they want to keep animals safe. So we all ultimately have the same goal, but perhaps we have a different focus. And we have a lot to learn from each other, I believe, in that regard. And so this One Health approach and the increasing efforts at international level to encourage that kind of One Health thinking, whether we're talking about food safety or animal health, is going to be increasingly important if we are to adapt in a timely manner to the challenges that climate change are presenting to us. So what do we need to do? We've heard a lot already today, and I think I want to reiterate some of these points. Data and science are very important. It's not just about collection of data, but collation of data from different sources, analysis of that data so that we can update our risk profiles, update our risk assessments, develop better predictive models, and start forecasting and looking to what might be on the horizon ahead. And this information then really feeds into review and updating of our risk management measures so that they can continue to be effective despite the changes in the climate in which we're working. That means all of us have to take action, whether it's locally or globally, and a starting point is being aware where we need to understand what the issue is and how to address it. We need to invest in data collection and invest in connecting with others who are generating data. We need to promote that sharing amongst these different stakeholders and engage with many other stakeholders than we maybe traditionally have. And let's not be complacent. Just because we've done the risk assessment doesn't mean it continues to be valid. We need to continue to assess and reassess and use that to strengthen our food safety management systems and underpin that with continuous investment in research so that we can have a forward-looking approach to this. And at global level, whether it be a standard-setting organization like Codex or FAO and WHO, our parent organizations, we need to continue to put these things on the global agenda. Within Codex, we're looking at revising and reviewing Codex texts, and our commission, which just finished last week, approved the revision of existing guidelines to control Vibrio species, for example. We also approved new work on Ciguatera and how we might control that. So it's important that the issues are brought to the global table so that solutions can also be found together. And if we work together, I believe then we can find the solutions that will actually be effective and useful for all of us. Thank you very much.
Our thanks, of course, goes to Dr. Sarah Cahill. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up right now is a double session of a keynote presentation. However, I only have the honor to present the first person to take the stage. Now, the following presentation or keynote will be under the title of Building Resilient Food Systems and Innovative Food Systems Through Collaboration and Partnerships. An important title. Ladies and gentlemen, would you assist me in welcoming the Managing Director at UNIDO Directorate for SDG Innovation and Economic Transformation. Please welcome Gunther Becker. There he is.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would also like to thank the municipality of Dubai for organizing this impressive 17th International Food Safety Conference. And I also just came from another very important event, the COP, and I wanted to congratulate the government of the UAE for this excellent very excellent organization of the COP28, and I think also we can say with a lot of success. And it's a great honor for me, of course, as a representative of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, to be invited to this event and to address you today on the importance of building a resilient and innovative food system. And after engaging with the decision makers on climate change and food security during these days, it became even more evident that we require action. And I heard a lot of action today. We need action and new innovative solutions to sustainably feed 10 billion people by 2050. And Frank explained some minutes ago it in a very impressive way. But until then, the persistence of food insecurity and the fragility of our food systems demand urgent attention and collaborative action. As Sarah mentioned, collaboration is necessary. And for this, UNIDO, under the new Director General Dr. Müller, has prioritized ending hunger and climate action among of the 3 top priorities for UNIDO. In a time when around 735 million people face hunger and 600 million people are getting sick from foodborne diseases every year, I think we all agree that something has to change. The associated productivity loss costs below and middle-income countries around $100 billion every year. In addition, our public health systems needs to cover 15 billion euro for treating this disease. And one more and last figure, more than 1 billion people have obesity. It's although a very big problem, and 1/3 of them are under the age of 18. So, ladies and gentlemen, although there have been numerous discussions and global gatherings about climate change and food systems transformation, progress is still limited. According to the United Nations Environmental Programme, temperature had hit new highs, yet we failed to cut emissions. Not only do we have more people having hunger like before COVID-19, we are not going to be able to keep the 1.5-degree target. And what we have discussed during the recent days at the COP, climate change poses a formidable threat to agriculture productivity, disrupting traditional growing seasons, increasing the frequency of weather extreme events, and altering the availability of water resources. Around 30%, this is also something we learned today, 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from our food systems. The consequences of climate change are manifold, from declining biodiversity through the worsening livelihood of people to the emergence of new pathogens, like mentioned by Sarah some minutes ago. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me come to that what UNIDO is doing. We know that food safety is a multi-faced challenge throughout the value chain. This requires new, innovative and scalable solutions which can lead to the widely expected structural transformation of our food systems. Furthermore, reducing food loss and wastes as significant contributors to greenhouse gas emissions could be achieved by having more sustainable post-harvest processes. Improved practice in the downstream side of the food supply chain will lead to more sustainable food systems. As also indicated, UNIDO's crucial role in the need for collaboration in food safety under the UN organizations like World Food Programme or the Food Agriculture Organization. And as we know, food safety is a shared responsibility where the industry have to ensure what they produce is safe for consumption. Therefore, UNIDO improves food safety management practices of business and facilitated improved practices by supporting proper practices in food processing and storage. For example, we support the improvement of fortified food producers supplying to WFP, and we work together with FAO on joint food safety initiatives. These collaborative efforts are essential enablers for improved food safety, food security, and climate change. I will stop here. Once more, thank the organizers for allowing me to share some thoughts at the Dubai International Food Safety Conference, and I can assure you that UNIDO will remain a strong and committed partner of this conference. And I would invite my colleague, Dr. Dejene, who will give some more insights on what we are doing as UNIDO. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, colleagues, excellencies, and participants. My presentation will focus on the resilient food systems and innovation and partnership to achieve the challenges, or to unlock the challenges of the food systems transformation. I have to see how to move. Somebody can help me how I move this thing? Yes. I think as my boss Gunther mentioned in the last week, we have been attending hundreds of events and meetings in Dubai to discuss the sustainability of the food systems, or the transition of food systems into more sustainable and resilient system. But some basic factors now is you can see that about 470 million people are hungry and an urgent need of support. And the most important thing is about 1/3 of the food produced is wasted or lost. And the greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture and agribusiness are very high in numbers. I think it's difficult here. Okay, good now. I go to the next one. So the food systems in general, and you might have heard from the morning, is very complex. It has a lot of elements from environmental perspective, from social perspective, from economy, from health, and other, let's say, social and environmental issues connected to the food systems in general. So it is not as a simple, let's say, process of transitioning from only by acting on a certain part of things. So I have to have a holistic system of addressing this transition. So that is extremely important. So also the impact of climate, which has been discussed also in the food systems summit before, and in the COP28, is that the climate change has affected the agricultural system badly. So you can see that the climate change has affected the southern part of the globe, where yields have decreased up to 25%. And the most affected by this climate change are the people in the south, who spend quite a substantial amount of their income on food. That means that the people from the southern part of the globe go into poverty because they spent a lot of money on the food. So this again shows the complexity of the food systems in general. It has a lot of elements. It has the food safety is only one of them. The environmental aspect, the overweight, the obesity, and also probably I think the issues of migration, the urbanization, and so on. These are all complex processes which has to be addressed in a comprehensive way. So whatever effort we are doing should address all these issues, not only one part of the thing. So if I simplify the food systems you saw before, we can take it on a value chain approach. You start from agricultural production into agro-logistics, processing, distribution, marketing, and consumption. These are very simple things, but taking into consideration the people and the environment into consideration. I'm trying to simplify the complex food systems into a very simple depiction of the different value chain things. So our work in UNIDO starts from agricultural input supply until consumption and disposal of food. This also shows a very, very simplified version of the food systems, mainly following the value chain approach. We have farmers in developing countries with a very fragmented agricultural system, with a small holding system of less than 1 or 2 hectares per household, producing food mostly for household consumption, and then any surplus is aggregated into rural areas, and from that aggregation it goes into value addition processing through industries. In developing countries, only about 10% of the total agricultural production undergoes processing. The rest is consumed locally. And then it goes into distribution and then ultimately consumption. You can see that in the left-hand side that farmers are producers, but there are about 5 to 10 people in the middle without adding a lot of value, but capturing a lot of value. So this system, as you can see, that the consumers pay high prices while the farmers get less money for the product they produce. So this is inefficient system, and it needs to change into a more, let's say, efficient system where there will be an aggregation system so that the farmers can directly provide their inputs to their products to wholesalers and processors. The processors, which are very close to the farmers and also to the more cosmopolitan area, will process, add value, and then the distribution system continues like before. In this system, the consumers pay less and the farmers get paid more. This is where our solution for this one is establishing rural transformation centers to aggregate agricultural produce, which is a surplus one, so that it reaches a scale of the requirement of the industries, and the industries will be established in what we call agro-food parks, where there is a common facilities like cold storage, dry storage, waste treatment plants, and so on, without which the investment becomes very risky in agro-food sector. So the main purpose of this agro-food parks is to reduce the initial cost of investment by the private sector. That means it creates a condition for value addition and so on. So these are the main challenges of agro-industrialization or agro-food processing in developing countries. It's a very weak infrastructure, expensive raw materials, weak support systems, and then weak support provision by private sector, and then, of course, all of this lead into high investment costs for the private sector to the agro-food sector, and move into, let's say, less productive but more revenue-generating sector like trade. Our model, one of the models, is rural transformation centers, where we have an infrastructure and a condition to bring together all stakeholders, whether researchers, traders, agro-processors, and farmers cooperatives, and also other service provision like agro-input provision, and also mechanization services in rural setting, where that means all value chain actors will be interacting and find a common solution for the value chain efficiency. The agro-food parks is also an agro, or let's say, or agriculture or agribusiness development corridor within a certain geographic area of larger size, let's say up to 200-kilometer radius, where we have central processing unit where I said all the infrastructure required for agribusiness and agro-industries is developed, and then this is connected to rural transformation centers, about 6 to 7 of them in this catchment area, which will be providing raw material, but also act a bridge between the farmers and the agro-processors. So it is not only agro-processing thing, but it's also creating an environment for collaboration, innovation, and partnership in the rural area. This is an example, a depiction of, a very simplified depiction of agro-processing centers or agro-processing hub, which has all the necessary infrastructure requirements for the agro-industries to develop in rural areas. And this cost is about $200 million with a basic infrastructure, and then investment of about 300 to 400 agro-industries. So as UNIDO, as a, let's say, relatively small organization, we focus on innovation and partnership to deliver on our mandate. And then we are moving now into providing services, innovative services in partnership with the private sector, other UN organizations, and civil society to provide integrated solutions to the agro-value chain actors. So this is called Innovation Hub or Agro-Innovation Hub, where provide all the energy, starting from energy, from waste management, into investment, packaging, and more importantly also food safety system within the certain catchment area. Our important work in food safety thing as enabler of our food safety approach is threefold. One is building the capacity of the government and private sector. Second one is putting supporting the government is in putting an appropriate policy and regulatory system for food safety system in the country to develop, and finally building the capacity of the small and medium industries and other value chain actors in implementation of the food safety standards in the country. Thank you very much, and I stop here.
Well, thanks, of course, to the experts, Dr. Dejini Tissera, and, of course, Mr. Kantebecker. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up right now is another keynote under the title of Global Efforts Aimed at Tackling Food Waste and Food Loss. Please welcome with me the agro-industry officer with FAO's Regional Office for the Near East and North Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Mariam Rezai.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And first, let me start by thanking Dubai Municipality and the organizer for inviting FAO to this very exciting event, and also for giving me the opportunity to speak about an important issue that has been affecting efforts towards improving sustainability and resilience of agri-food system, which is food loss and waste. And this topic is very interesting because I've been hearing it coming up a few times in the previous speeches and presentations, and it touches on two running narratives of this conference: climate change and food safety. All right, just a quick overview of the content of my presentation. I'm going to walk you through food loss and waste definition, impact on sustainability of agri-food system. I'm going to very briefly touch on causes and drivers and barriers to effective and sustainable food loss and waste reduction. And then I'm going to move to the actual core of this presentation, which is the snapshot of global efforts to tackle food loss and waste, with the focus on the work that FAO has been doing, obviously, and have a quick look at some of the solutions and strategies that we have been following, and I will conclude with key messages and way forward. So over the years, there has been various definitions for food loss and waste from the perspective of different stakeholders, and to harmonize the understanding of the issue, which is really important for effective tackling of the food loss and waste reduction and management, FAO, through a consultative process, produced the following definition. As you can see, the food here in this definition is following the Codex definition for food, which is any substance that is fit for human consumption. And the green part is what you see we are kind of focusing our effort on from the intended use, fragment, and based on the destination. However, to enable accurate measurement of food loss and waste to monitor progress towards the SDG 12.3 that calls for a reduction of food post-harvest loss and food loss and having the food waste by 2030, we are following this scope that you are seeing on the screen. The quantity of food that goes out of the supply chain from post-harvest to retail, as you can see, is considered food loss. And the quantity of food that goes out of the supply chain at retail, hospitality, catering services, and household is considered food waste. And this has really made our life easier following the measurement and reporting and monitoring. But no matter where food loss and waste is happening, it is an indication of inefficiency, unsustainability, and inequality of agri-food systems. When, as we were hearing the facts, I'm not going to repeat that, as more than 700 million people are going to bed hungry every night and 3 billion don't have access to healthy diet, we lose and waste million tons of food, and with it, the water, land, energy that has been used to produce this food. And a timely reminder for us is, as COP28 is happening next door, that the food loss and waste does significantly contribute to greenhouse gas emission. And if food loss and waste was a country, it would have been the third biggest GHG emitter after China and the US. So we see that food loss and waste reduction can be a lever for sustainable agri-food system and achieving SDG, because it contributes to climate change mitigation and adaptation, preserve scarce natural resources, contributes to inclusive economic growth and nutrition and healthy diet. And also, as you see in this graph, at the center, we have the SDG 12.3, and you see that the contribution is obvious to all the other SDGs. Okay, basically, since the start of the debate on food loss and waste, there has been a growing momentum to tackle the issue. We all heard the 1/3 of food being lost and wasted, and this is what FAO study, the estimates that FAO study came up with in 2011. And that was kind of a number that started the action. It was the awareness that suddenly hit the community, the countries, and multiple stakeholders. In 2014, we kicked off a series of food loss analysis in 10s, and I can't remember, I think it's more than 80 countries that we did. In 2015, the international community recognized the importance of the issues, and we have now SDG 12.3 on food loss and waste. In 2019, the State of Food and Agriculture came up with accurate measurement and also touched on trade-off and sustainable food loss and waste reduction. And this accurate measurement, I'm going to get to that because we've been hearing the 1/3 number, but I encourage colleagues to look at the new number, which is more accurate than the estimate of the 1/3 of food. In 2021, UN Food System Summit, and 2 years after we just had the follow-up to the summit, many countries included food loss and waste as priority for their food system transformation, and also in their food system dialogue and national pathway. June 2021 was a great milestone for us as FAO and also for international communities because FAO member states including the countries from the regions we are in, requested FAO to develop a voluntary codes of conduct to reduce on food loss and waste reduction, which was endorsed. And that codes of conduct is basically setting the road to 2030 and achieving SDG 12.3. Just having a quick look at the causes and drivers of food loss and waste. The causes obviously varies at the production level, along the value chain, and at consumption level, and that's where that's what distinguishes between food loss and food waste. At the production level, the causes vary from inappropriate production and harvesting and handling practices to post-harvest, cold chain capacity, and also poor organization and coordination among supply chain actors. And most importantly, inefficient marketing system, infrastructure, and also market information system, which also include for the recovery and repurposing of food loss and waste. Food safety and quality management system both contribute to reduction and to increase of food loss and waste. Lack of science-based date marking on prepackaged food, which has been a few years that has been discussed in the Codex Committee for Food Labeling on how we can kind of have another look at these date markings, large portion size, and also poor household food purchases habit, which require consumer education and last but not least, cultural and individual perception. And I just want to also underline that this is not an exhaustive list. So we know the negative impact of food loss and waste on sustainability of food system, and we are aware that many of the causes and drivers have technology, policy, institutional, or other solution. But why is that we cannot effectively address the problem? To respond to this question, we try to understand more in depth what has constrained food loss and waste reduction. The information from consultation, literature, and experiences from the project that we had have been helpful to look more closely at the constraints. And as you can see, there is a recognition of the high level of food loss from the fishery to livestock to agriculture and food waste at retail and hospitality. Impact of crises and risks such as pandemic that have exacerbated the issues, lack of holistic and integrated approach, and significant but scattered body of work by countries. Like, for example, we are in UAE, they have done an amazing job in tackling the issues, and so have many other countries. But taking stock of this body of work could help optimizing resources and targeting intervention. Also, what was kind of brought up time and again was lack of guideline and strategies and harmonized approaches in countries and among countries and sharing best practices, and also low coordination and collaboration among various organizations. So collaborating instead of competing. And as we know, food loss and waste is a multi-sectoral problem. It involves many, many actors. So how are we going to kind of manage this conflict of interest and trade-offs that comes with it? It was mentioned in the context of food safety, but of course, lack of accurate data and systematic measurement is affecting many of the problems that we are facing in transformation of agri-food system, and food loss and waste is not an exception. Improving knowledge and foster investment for circularity, recycling and reuse, and really making a business case, awareness raising, advocacy, networking, and capacity development were mentioned as other barriers. So let's here look at the global efforts that had been taken place to tackle food loss and waste. One of the most effective solution to reduce food loss and waste is really designing these integrated policies, holistic policies and strategies. And what do we mean by that? Is prioritization of action should follow the food loss and waste hierarchies. And that helps with targeting our actions and also optimizing the investment and finance. You see the food loss and waste hierarchy. What we always kind of try to reiterate is we have to start by reduction at source. So prevention has to come first before the recovery and redistribution of safe and nutritious food. And as you see, the last part of the hierarchy that we try to avoid is to divert the food that is going out of the supply chain to landfill and also incineration. But the policies towards food loss and waste reduction should really contribute to broader sustainable development objectives and should not impair or impede the country's efforts towards achieving SDG. And this might seem like an obvious principle, but in practice, food loss and waste solutions, for example, can generate greenhouse gases if the cold chain is not using the renewable energy, or encourage more plastic use, or be gender blind in their design. So we need to be cautious in designing solutions to minimize the risk of harm to environment, climate, and society. And for the policies to be truly impactful or transformative, it can't be just business as usual. We need to mobilize the stakeholders and resources and expertise to facilitate a participatory and integrated approach. And we also need to be realistic and efficient about the resources and investment that the countries can allocate to tackling these issues. I'm going to kind of dwell a little bit more on this slide and kind of look at the enablers. So first, as you see, I've put adopting a more holistic and intersectorial system approach in policy making that connects the broader economic and market system to other systems, because food system is not operating alone. It's connecting to health system, to education system, to energy system. So we need to really look at the broader systems to tackle the issue. And action has to also enable diverse and context-specific solutions. There is no solution fit for all. And countries have different needs, different contexts that has to be considered in designing tailored policy and strategy. Public-private partnership and investment is really key to encourage investment and improve the knowledge and skills of the actors. Multi-stakeholder collaboration was mentioned in many of the presentations before me, and it's also valid for food loss and waste to ensure that all stakeholders are committed, accountable, and working to implement the action. And last but not least, of course, is the science, innovation, and research to enable innovation that can be scaled towards sustainable solutions to reduce food loss and waste. So there are, as you saw in my first slides, one of the barriers that were mentioned by countries were lack of tools. So we have assessment and guidelines to inform policies and strategy, and this is just a snapshot, as you can see, that can be used by the countries to inform policies and strategies. Just quickly put the spotlight on one of these tools, which is the voluntary codes of conduct for food loss and waste reduction, that, as I mentioned, was endorsed in 2021 by the COAC, the Committee on Agriculture of FAO, by all the member states, and that's globally relevant and internationally recognized and nationally and locally adaptable guiding principle and standards for responsible practices. It also is a frame for reference for all the stakeholders for strategies and policy development, for institutional framework and legislation, and also facilitate a shared vision and harmonization of approaches, joint action, and cooperation. The code can be used by multiple sector, as I said, it is very much for public sector as a frame of reference, and creation of enabling environment for SDG compliant investment, and also to help designing and the design of the policy tools that are linked to sustainability, and also facilitate rating and certification system for good practices that is related to food loss and waste. But it can also be a reference for private sector by mainstreaming, to help them mainstream sustainable practice and SDGs in business plans of private enterprises and in practice for commercial banks even. And the codes can also guide the training of the academia and research and their work on sustainable development, and also can be used, is relevant to civil societies. We also have a set of normative and standard setting instrument that enable implementation of food loss and waste policies for agri-food system transformation. And here I am mentioning just a few on the guidance on land tenure, for fisheries, for nutrition, because again, this kind of reiterates the fact that food loss and waste is a multifaceted, multi-stakeholder, multi-component issue. In terms of capacity development, together with our colleagues in UNEP, we are having training and capacity building on measurements, on food loss and waste analysis and methodology, and also on food waste management and reduction. We also try to mainstream food losses in our capacity development project through improving post-harvest management to ensure food safety and qualities. These are all in FAO's database and can be found. And also another kind of type of the projects that we have on the issues is valorization of agri-food waste. Both, you can see two examples as for fisheries and for fruits and vegetables. This is a new area for FAO on aligning food waste and urbanizations. So achieving sustainable urban food system has become a priority area for FAO, and we have our FAO framework for urban food agenda. But in action, in fact, municipality of Dubai is one of the pioneering municipalities in many aspects of sustainable food system in urban areas and cities. But we also have multiple mechanisms like city-to-city exchange of experience on food waste management, and also many projects that we have on analysis of hotspot of where food waste is happening, and supporting the municipalities in food waste reduction and management. Sound data to quantify food loss and waste. As I was saying, we keep hearing about 1/3 of food or 33% of food globally produced is loss and waste, but we have come a long way from that statistic. In 2019, FAO published a food loss index that says 14% of food is lost from post-harvest to retail, and our partners in UNEP, they published a food waste index that 17% of food is wasted at retail and consumer level. And obviously this varies across the regions and across the food products. The database is on the technical platform on measurement and reduction of food loss and waste, where all the countries they report to, they provide the data, and the data is being analyzed, and also the syntheses are published by FAO. As I'm coming towards the end of my my presentation, I want to also reiterate that global efforts that have been done in terms of awareness raising and education. We now have a designated International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste by UN resolution that has been celebrated since 2020, every 29th of September. We also published recognizing the role of schools and youth in leading the efforts on food loss and waste reduction. We published a package for education of young people, which has raised awareness, which raises awareness among school children and staff. This is making youth to be the agent of change. And this education material have been translated and tailored, are being used as part of the school curricula in many of the countries across the world. So I'm just going to conclude by reiterating that there are many connections and synergies between food loss and waste and agri-food system sustainability, which makes food loss and waste an important lever for agri-food system transformation and achieving SDGs. For action to be truly transformative, we need to facilitate an integrated and participatory approach, and we have to be mindful of diverse and context-specific solutions that has to be tailored to every stakeholder and in countries. Strengthening policy, accurate measuring, assessing, and monitoring and capacity developments are all key in global effort and also efforts at subnational and local level for food loss and waste reduction. So for us, what's next is to support implementation of FAO voluntary codes of conduct and food loss and waste reduction. We are also strengthening countries' capacity for accurate measuring and monitoring and reporting. So hopefully next time we hear the numbers, it's not only the 1/3 of food, it's more accurate and data-driven number. We are looking at the strengthening effective public-private partnership, focusing on business case of food loss and waste reduction and documenting the impact on sustainability. And last but not least, we are hoping to align the climate action and natural resource degradation nexus and food loss and waste prevention through including food loss and waste in countries' national adaptation plan and NDCs, and also resource mobilization for food loss and waste reduction for better climate through better climate finance. And I thank you for your attention.
Solid facts. We thank Ms. Mariam Brazai for relaying them to us. With that, of course, distinguished guests, it is now time to discuss the role of trade harmonization in addressing challenges of food safety and security, nonetheless. Please welcome with me the Deputy Head of the Standards and Trade, Ms. Marilyn Hopper.
Thank you so much. It's really a huge honor and a pleasure to be here today at this very topical conference and to see the leadership of the Dubai municipality on food safety in this evolving global context of climate change, agri-food food systems transformation, One Health, and so on. Yesterday, I was at the COP28. I heard a lot about partnerships, collaboration, the need to work together in today's world. The challenges are so complex. There are so many different aspects of work that needs to be done. So I'm here today to share some examples about facilitating safe food trade to drive the transformation, really focused on the harmonization with international standards and the STDF's Safe Trade Partnership. It's a partnership that was established by the FAO, by the World Bank, by the World Trade Organization, the World Organization for Animal Health, and the World Health Organization. So it's a safe trade partnership in action that's connecting the dots, that's connecting the stakeholders across agriculture, health, trade, and development. And a partnership that is actively engaging and leveraging on the expertise of organizations like UNIDO that are playing such a critical role in this area, and being supported by donors. We heard from the United States Department of Agriculture, but also being supported by the Food and Agriculture, the FDA in the United States as well. So the STDF, it's a partnership. The strength of the partnership is in the collaboration of the organizations that are involved, that global network of organizations who are involved in food safety and animal health and in plant health and in trade. Those organizations come together to deliver knowledge work on public-private partnerships, how to make them happen for safe trade facilitation for food safety, animal and plant health, that are delivering grants, projects to develop and implement innovative and collaborative projects to facilitate safe trade. So small projects that are working on remote food safety inspection led by UNIDO, projects on electronic certification, projects delivering innovations in value chains to improve food safety, projects using biopesticides alongside conventional plant protection products, projects promoting digitalization and conformity assessment in West Africa. And these projects are really working to pilot and test innovative approaches that then can be leveraged and catalyzed by the members of the partnership. So when we talk about facilitating safe agri-food trade, why does it matter? Well, it matters because the trade costs in agriculture are usually much higher than in the manufacturing sector. It matters because there are outdated border procedures and red tape that is slowing down trade at the borders. It matters because there's a performance gap. In recent years, customs authorities and others have harnessed the wave of digitalization and used that to modernize their processes, while oftentimes in developing and low-income countries, the food safety authorities, the veterinary authorities, they've been left behind in that digital transformation. This means that there are often a lot of areas where there can be improvements, for instance, to reduce physical inspections and to reduce the import and export lead times. And it's really important in today's world because of that proliferation of global value chains, which reinforces the economic interdependency of countries, of sectors, of industries, and this need for really a shared commitment to work together to drive safe agri-food trade and trade facilitation. And the figures are there, you know, what it means. We heard about food loss and waste. When trade gets stuck at borders, a lot of this agri-food trade, it's perishable goods, and that leads to food loss and waste, and it leads to problems for the planet. It matters because small and medium-sized enterprises are the backbone of your economies, and they are facing higher costs in implementing the SPS measures. And I think the OECD has come up with figures that show why reducing trade-related transaction costs can really have huge benefits on economies worldwide. I sit in the World Trade Organization in Geneva. The WTO hosts the Secretariat for the Standards and Trade Development Facility. And the WTO has the agreement on the application of sanitary and phytosanitary measures, which is an agreement to protect health, to ensure food safety. It's also an agreement to drive trade facilitation and to reduce those unnecessary barriers to make trade easier, to make trade more efficient, to make trade less costly. And the SPS agreement is promoting harmonization with the international standards for food safety. Sarah Cahill spoke about the Codex standards, but also the international plant protection standards for plant health and the WOA, the World Organization for Animal Health standards for animal health. So countries are really encouraged to use those standards to facilitate safe agri-food trade. There's another agreement in WTO that is more recent. That agreement entered into force in 2017. It's the WTO's Trade Facilitation Agreement. And at that time, back in 2016-17, there was a bit of a discussion about the tensions sometimes between ensuring the safety, food safety, animal health, plant health, and facilitating trade. So how can you bring that together to have more trade that benefits countries, that creates jobs, that reduces trade costs, and contributes to the SDGs? The Trade Facilitation Agreement in the STDF's Global Partnership, we saw that as an opportunity to really boost and strengthen the authorities working in food safety as well as plant and animal health. Up until then, there had been big investments in customs authorities, and it's really key that as food safety authorities, you are engaging with those customs authorities as well as with the veterinary authorities and the plant health authorities, as other speakers have said. But the TFA put some spotlight on opportunities to streamline, to simplify, to expedite, and to modernize food safety and SPS measures at the border and behind the border for safe trade facilitation. It does not diminish the rights and obligations of WTO members under the SPS agreement, but it adds more specificity, and it encourages and really requires that coordination at the country level across all the authorities that are involved in facilitating safe food trade, for instance. It requires publishing information on fees, information on regulations, to making them more accessible to the industry, to those small-scale traders, those small-scale businesses that are involved in the food trade, and so on. Because we know that there are still, in 2023, SPS procedural obstacles at the border. The OECD has done studies on this, the World Bank, the International Trade Center, and many other organizations. There's, in some places, there is scope to improve information on what those SPS requirements are. There is scope to reduce very complex and lengthy procedures at the border to enable trade to flow more smoothly, to reduce the documentary requirements, to make them simpler, to reduce the number of inspections, to improve processes for industry, private sector traders to complain when they face these obstacles in getting their products across borders, and to improve the predictability. I think when you ask the industry, the private sector, what they want to see is predictable trade, safe trade, predictable trade, so that they know what they need to do and they know how they can do it. And I think this matters because when the situation is of these procedural obstacles at the border, it increases the uncertainty, it increases costs for traders, for governments, and it also, as we have heard, has a big impact on food loss, it has an impact on the environment. When you have big ships, a lot of cargoes delayed at the ports, they cannot get their product to where it needs to go, this has impacts. So, of course, SPS measures, food safety protection, measures related to veterinary requirements, plant health requirements, they're very important for protecting health, they're critical. But what we are trying to do is to increase awareness about the opportunities to reduce some of the trade transaction costs related to those measures in a way that can facilitate safe trade and in a way that can then reduce costs for the small, medium-sized enterprises, but also lead to more efficiencies for government authorities as well, and a better use of resources on the government side. In terms of the win-win opportunities, it really comes back to using the international standards, the Codex standards, the IPPC standards, the standards of the World Organization for Animal Health, applying good regulatory practices, using transparency, making it more clear what traders, what industry need to do, promoting coordination, cooperation across the government authorities, with customs across all the authorities involved in SPS, and engaging the private sector. That's really critical. Implementing risk-based approaches. Again, nothing new. We've heard about this from previous speakers this morning. And harnessing those data-driven digital approaches, including the integration of SPS controls into national single windows and electronic SPS certification. I wanted to quickly mention specifically the new technologies for electronic SPS certification. There have been great strides in the phytosanitary area using ePhyto certificates that are now exchanged electronically globally across many countries. The STDF had piloted that project, the ePhyto solution, with FAO and the International Plant Protection Convention. Based on the learnings and based on the experience and based on the cost savings, and you see some stats on the screen from Morocco, there's also an interest now in how regulatory authorities, how can the veterinary authorities use electronic certification for the exchange of veterinary certificates. So I would also ask the food safety authorities in the room, how can you move towards electronic exchange for food safety certificates in trade? Because that, I think, would bring a lot more benefits for everyone involved. The STDF is also promoting good regulatory practices. Good regulatory practices, they're tools to make regulations smarter, simpler, and more effective, to make them fit for purpose. Transparency, coordination, using international standards again, that's the foundation, the basis for everything. Thinking about forward-looking regulatory agendas and so on. And on screen, you see why this is important. It's important because it facilitates safe trade. It's important because it enables industry, the private sector, to comply with those SPS measures more effectively so that they know, again, what they're supposed to do. It reduces the costs and the administrative burden. It increases trust across the public and private sector, across countries that are trading with each other globally. And it really increases that confidence also in investors. So finally, I wanted to end with a couple of points on, the crisis urgency and how you can use the climate urgency and the crisis today to promote more innovation, to promote more change in food safety systems and in the way you do things, because this can have win-wins for people, for profits, and the planet. We see the climate crisis as a way to leverage more funds, more resources for food safety authorities in developing and low-income countries that are often under-resourced, to bring them in to this conversation, to bring them into the partnerships, to the One Health approaches, to the food system transformation, and to bring them into the climate financing that exists, also to enable the industries, the small-scale, the micro-enterprises, to be able to adapt their businesses to the climate urgency. And we heard very eloquently from FAO speakers this morning explain about why that matters. And it matters because it's about working together, working collaboratively across all of our agencies, whether we're food safety experts, whether we're trade experts, whether we're in customs, whether we're in industry associations, whether we're in businesses, big multinational businesses or small local businesses. It's, I wanted to also mention this briefing that we have just delivered based on the work of our partners, STDF, partners like the FAO and others, about strengthening SPS systems in the face of climate change and really getting more resources to strengthen those early warning systems, the monitoring, the surveillance systems, and also looking at how we can interject technology, digitalization, innovations to be able to do this better. And it's really, I think, about piloting and scaling those innovative approaches, whether it's about technology, whether it's institutional, different ways of working together, or whether it's financing approaches to be able to scale up the change that's needed, because it is a change process. And I encourage all of you today to try to be open to that change and to find ways where we could work together to deliver that change. You will find more information on the STDF on our website. Again, the STDF is a partnership. It's as strong as our founding members like the FAO, the World Bank, and also our key partners on the ground like UNIDO that are delivering many of these safe trade projects. So I want to thank all the members of the partnership, as well as our private sector members that engage in the partnership too. And finally, our donors who make the work of the STDF possible. So thank you so much for your attention, and I look forward to engaging with many of you over the next few days. Thank you.
Our thanks, of course, to Ms. Marilyn Hopper for a wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the following introduction with a question. Can data sharing and artificial intelligence reduce the global food safety burden? A question and the title for our upcoming segment. Ladies and gentlemen, relayed to us by the CEO of CREM Global. Please welcome Cronin McNamara.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction and the excellent pronunciation of CREM Global. I like the way you pronounce that. And I would argue that, yes, we can use data and AI to reduce the global burden of food safety health. And I'm going to say, yes, we can, and I'm going to try and tell you how. I need the clicker. Okay. So CREM Global, Irish company, another Irish accent up here today. And I want to thank the Dubai municipality for inviting me here. I've been here many times and I really enjoy coming to Dubai for the weather and the people and the culture. It's wonderful. So we're a scientific company and we use data and a data platform combining with the science, the best science we can get, we can understand around food safety to help organizations make better decisions around their food safety. So we heard a lot about why we need to do this and all of the uncertainty in the world today. So let's think about a future data point or a future trend. It could be anything. It could be the temperature in the world. It could be the price of a commodity. It could be the US dollar price for a barrel of oil. Can we see this variable into the future? Well, actually, we can only see this looking backwards. So from today, we can see the historic trend of that data point. But the future is not as easy to understand. And we're always warned that past performance doesn't guarantee future returns or success. So what does the future really look like? Well, it looks a bit more like this. If we look forward from today into the future, there's uncertainty. And this comes from many things. From food safety perspective, there's many different influences and things that can change and bring risk and bring opportunities into the food market. Okay, So the future is uncertain moving forward from today. Trends are what we call probabilistic. They're not deterministic, they're probabilistic. So we can use methods using data and scientific modeling to understand the future better. And when you do that, you can understand the trends and the risk profile of the future of any variable you're interested in. And I would argue that you can model any variable you're interested in, be it food safety, risk, different influences on that, using data. And when you do that, you get an expected value, but you also get your risk, high and low risk. So we often look at the distribution of the value of that variable in the future, be it the cases of food safety outbreaks in a country, be it the positive samples of a test, a product in a lab. We expect a certain number, but we know that that could be higher or lower. The way to understand this better is to get as much data as we can to understand the future scenario so that we can understand that risk and that range that may occur. Lots of processes in nature follow trends. They can be characterized by data. We need data. There's a lot of uncertainty, as we talked about, and in food safety, there's lots of different things that we need to understand. And I'm going to argue that data sharing unlocks the potential of artificial intelligence and machine learning so that we can actually de-risk the future. So, if you think about the data that you have available in your organization or in your country, you have your private data that you have access to. You possibly have put initiatives in place to organize this data, so this data is useful. Okay, that's a good start. Then you can supplement that with public data that's out there on the web. You can access public data sources, for example, from the CDC in the US, the RASIF Rapid Alert System in EU, and you can supplement your public data, your private data with public data, and you get a better picture of the data ecosystem that you can use to train models or create models that you can use to make better decisions. This isn't all the data that you need. We need to start sharing data. And when we start sharing data through what we define as a data trust or a system to share data, you get the full picture. And then when you have all of this data, you can get the understanding of the true nature of the risk and the true opportunities within your industry. The food supply is global, so we need to think big when we're sharing data. Food safety data is complex. There's many, many different aspects to it, from right back to the farm. We heard about the ranches and the farm inspections, the testing that goes on there. We know about different market information, food consumption data, testing for pesticides, all sorts of data. So, what we've done is built what we call a data trust. And a data trust is two things. It's a platform technology that allows the data secure and confidential data sharing, but it also is an agreement to share data. So data trust combines the legal agreement between organizations who agreed to share data and the technology platform to do that. Who shares the data? In our projects, we have many projects going on where industry shares data and government share data, and often they collaborate together to share data. And this is when the true power of data can be used to reduce food safety risk. The benefits of sharing data are safer food, reducing costs for industry, maximizing revenue opportunities from making better decisions within regulatory limits. It's important that the controls are in place, so it's always your data. So if you're sharing the data, you still own that data, you control that data, you can decide to remove it if you wish to remove it. It's securely owned by you, but it's aggregated into a bigger picture for use by the community. So here's a schematic of what it might look like in one of our systems. We can see many users in organization 1, are inputting data and then other organizations are also sharing data through this system. The data is aggregated, securely anonymized into a system. It's supplemented by public data. And when you have that data into a data mart or a warehouse, you can use predictive analytics because you now have enough data to make better analytics models, and you can visualize those results. Those dashboards and model results become available to the users who submit the data. So this is a description of a data trust in action. We've built a number of data trusts, and I'll tell you a few about those in a moment. But I believe the solution to the global food safety problem is to combine these data trusts between countries and between regions so data can be shared and understandings of all of the different aspects of food safety can be brought together so that we can have those models and predictive capabilities. So, machine learning and AI, we're hearing a lot about it these days, becoming more and more pervasive and available. The ChatGPT models are getting cheaper and more powerful every few months. So the main thing you need to take advantage of these models, which are quite commoditized now, is good data. And this is why we need to share data, to have the ability to leverage these powerful AI models. They need data, they need lots of data. You need to share data, aggregate that data to do it. This is a sort of a technical architecture, but the key point is you can ingest all of this different data on the left. It goes through various stages and is used in predictive modeling on the right to produce better results. The key thing about these platforms is you're moving away from Excel-type data into large database systems where you can run code, you can run these more powerful machine learning and AI models. Data and analytics become possible. These models do require large volumes of data, and the data trusts make this level of data available to actually train these models to be useful. There's different types of machine learning models, which I won't go into, but there's different things you can do, from predicting relationships like regression analysis. You can classify scenarios, and you can cluster your data using different types of machine learning models. Different things you can do once you've gathered that data. So I'd like to run quickly through a couple of examples that are working. Here's one that's working in the western of the United States. This platform was set up by Western growers called GreenLink. So GreenLink and the Western Growers Consortium involves all of the major leafy green ranches and growers in the western part of the United States. And the goal is to try to understand how food safety risks arise in their industry. So we put together a project where the growers can upload data. They're uploading data on testing of their water supply. They're uploading data on the testing of the produce. They're uploading information on the inspections. And we're combining all of that data from all the growers. It's all anonymized. They can all see the big picture now of their industry. They can all see their own private data and compare that to the overall aggregate data. And that's supplemented by other information, for example, weather patterns, seasonal information, data from the US government. And all of that comes together to create predictive models that the whole community can then benefit from. So they're all getting access to the results of these models. They can upload data in very simple forms. They can use APIs to their system, or else they can just upload through a web-based system. And they get very detailed and rich information on the region and on the different types of issues that are going on. So that's being, the benefits are accruing then to the industry. They're understanding the issues that can arise and how they can prevent them. So there's many mitigation strategies the growers are using. And now we're able to test which ones are working, which are effective, and we're trying to learn from the data as we go along. So we're making great progress there. Second data trust case study is based in the United Kingdom, and this is headquartered by an organization called FIN. FIN is a consortium of many retailers and food producers in Europe, and they're interested in food fraud. And food fraud is a very tricky thing to detect. So each company may detect certain issues within its own supply chain, but they don't want to really disclose that to the whole industry because it's a very sensitive topic. So we came up with a plan, or working with the Finn group, who already had this plan. We put this plan into a technology solution for them to help them combat food fraud, where each organization can anonymously and with legal privilege, totally blind even to us, they can upload information on any food fraud detection within their supply chain. And all of this data goes into a centralized system where they can then share that information. Nobody knows who submitted what, but they can all learn from the aggregated data. Every quarter, there's a big review of what the risks are in the food supply chain within this group. And we're looking at plugging in AI into this model. So far, it's been humans visualizing the data and learning from the trends. We're now plugging in AI to try to actually predict risks, whether it's from certain regions, certain categories of food, certain times of year. So we're learning a lot from this data, and we're getting a lot of benefit. Final case study is a huge data trust in the United States, organized by the FDA. So we started with seafood. 95% of seafood in the United States is imported, as Frank spoke about earlier. So we working with the US FDA to bring together all of the data they have on imports and testing of imports of seafood. That project went very well, and in this year they've expanded it not just from seafood but to all foods. So again, the US FDA is the main organization, and we're working with their users to upload data, but they've also brought in many other organizations like the US EPA and NOAA and many of the state department states in the United States. So they can all contribute this data, and it all is getting combined, again, pulling in some public data from the CDC and other sources in order for the US FDA to understand what's going on with their imports. There's been a huge growth in the available data to the analysts in the US FDA, and this has brought many benefits. It's validated some of their previous knowledge that they suspected certain risks in certain regions. They have the data now to back that up, and they're gaining new insights, and they're able to target their resources better on the right products at the right time. So when they're looking to do inspections, they can be far more targeted. So I would argue that data sharing and AI is and can and is helping to reduce the food safety burden. The food supply is global. You need to see the big picture. You need to share data in order to see that big picture. When you do that and put these connected data trusts in place, you can use the power of machine learning and AI to predict the risks, and that will help us all reduce the global food safety burden. Thank you very much.
There are over 9,000 languages registered in the United Nations. The sum of the alphabets can't phrase a thank you good enough to all of our speakers today, including Mr. Cronin McNamara. Can we give them all a round of applause? With that said, distinguished guests, all of this talk about food and safety, it's safe to say that we need some food. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a break, and that break means a lunch break. Accept that invitation. Here's where lunch is. I see people rushing out already. Do you know where the food is? The food is located in two areas. A, for all of our delegations, please make your way right here across this hall, and for all of our speakers and, of course, our panelists and presenters, make your way to the Bubble Lounge. All in to make sure that we're punctual enough to be back here to burn all of those calories at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. My name is Yusuf Abdelbari. It's been a pleasure, everyone. Thank you.
delivered on your doorstep. Did you get it?
Yeah, I think I did. Did you send me a 50-pound box of sand?
You don't want to know what I paid in shipping.
Khalid?
Yes, Mr. Ritz. I just got this notification on my phone that said my package was delivered on your doorstep. Did you get it?
Yeah.
I just got this notification on my phone that said my package was delivered on your doorstep. Did you get it?
Yeah, I think I did. Did you send me a 50-pound box of sand?
You don't want to know what I paid in shipping.
Khalid?
Yes, Mr. Ritz.
Why did you send me a big box of sand?
I'm hungry.
I'm not sure that answers my question.
I want to grow basil like you, but I can't get it to grow in the desert sand.
Oh, is this desert sand?
I just got this notification on my phone that said my package was
Hello? Oh, yeah, we got audio. Welcome back from that wonderful lunch. I'm Deepa Tyagarajan. I'm the Associate Director for SRA and Quality and Food Safety in Mars Pet Nutrition North America. It's indeed a great pleasure and privilege for me to introduce a lineup of fantastic speakers in what is going to be a very engrossing session. First in our lineup is Mr. Steven Ritz, who's an internationally acclaimed, award-winning educator, author of best-selling book, The Power of a Plant, and founder of Green Bronx Machine. He's known as the America's favorite teacher, and he was the top 10 finalist in 2015 for the Global Teacher Prize. He's very well-known speaker. You can actually see his work featured by Forbes, Fast Company, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, USA Today, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, etc. And if you want to learn more about him, go check out his TED Talks. And over to Steven. We may have misplaced him. Just give me 1 second.
I just got this notification on my phone that said my package was delivered on your doorstep. Did you get it?
Yeah, I think I did. Did you send me a 50-pound box of sand?
You don't want to know what I paid in shipping.
Colin!
Yes, Mr. Ritz.
Why did you send me a big box of sand?
I'm hungry.
I'm not sure that answers my question.
I want to grow basil like you, but I can't get it to grow in the desert sand.
Oh, is this desert sand?
No monitors in front, guys. There's no confidence monitor. Confidence monitor, please. So, assalamu alaikum. Hello, Dubai. Guys in the back, I need a confidence monitor. Hello, Dubai International Food Safety Conference. And if you can dream it, you can do it. And we're here literally to create a better world. And long ago in a galaxy far, far away, in a greenhouse grown with food, I like to say we collectively are the people who go from can't and won't to must and done daily. And we do it with a smile. We are foodies, farmers, solutionaries, guys in the back. I need a monitor up front. Passionate people who are community leaders who help nourish the world. Here at this event, it is about service, supply, collaboration, human capital, and opportunities that literally can benefit the entire industry. And I'm the guy who goes from this to this in 30 days with the goal of simply nourishing the world. So let's think about this as we're here and taking on climate crisis. You guys are showing me on the screen instead of my presentation. We are not nerds. No, we are not. I like to say that we are superheroes. And while people talk, I think that together we make epic happen. So we work, we innovate, we are supportive. Service is in our DNA. And one garden at a time, we are building sustainable communities, fostering economic growth, building bridges through food, and providing access to fresh produce, image, growth, collaboration, best practice. Literally one garden at a time, one family at a time, one farm at a time, one plant at a time, one box of food at a time, one greenhouse at a time. It is about connecting people, empowering change, being a force for good, nourishing people, and healing the world. And in an age where we have gone from delivered wisdom to user-generated wisdom to co-creation, the opportunities to heal our planet have never been more pressing. And they come across 5 big barriers: cultural, economic, technology, environmental, and health and wellness. And literally, in a world that is increasingly more globalized, increasingly more automated, increasingly hotter, our decisions collectively are the gatekeepers between equity and opportunity. The problems that young people have to save and fix in this lifetime really are overwhelming. And then you think about the population explosion. But remember, it is the small stakeholder, you and I, that make the biggest difference in the world. And as we move from paradigms that look like this to some of the urban farming things that I do that look like this, to literally meat grown in a test tube, food shifts matter. And whether it's water, carbon, or cost savings, I like to say in the South Bronx, we are putting the culture back into agriculture. And literally, one fatouche at a time, we are making hood food, good food, and every child deserves good food. So today's lesson is simple. In communities that have the highest healthcare costs, why don't we design places that provide healthy food? If water is life, why aren't we creating viable waterfronts to foster thriving ecosystems? And if children can't be well-read until they're well-fed, why aren't we growing food in every school? If the goal is to give communities fresh food, why don't we put it on top of the buildings? And if children are going to save the world, why aren't we teaching them to do so instead of studying for tests? If schools are indicative of property value when we design communities, let's begin with schools. Now, the cool thing about science is that it's true, whether you believe it or not. So it said I have the world's biggest shovel. Let's dig in, because I believe the past does not equal the future. And I come to you from the Bronx, home of the cheese hat. My community is home to some amazing things. We don't have a Burj Khalifa, but we do have 40% of the city's garbage, a sewage treatment plant, 100% of the Bronx's garbage, a sewage pelletizing plant, 4 electrical power plants, and 60,000 diesel trucks a week. Breathe in that good air in the morning. Children are getting fatter. They're getting sicker. The emergency room is the primary source of healthcare. And around the world, we are seeing children go through puberty at a younger age. This is because of food. It is the sugar, it is the chemicals, it is the hormones, it is the meat, it is everything that we shouldn't be eating. So New York, arguably the second greatest city in the world, next to my Dubai. I come from a very different New York, 6 miles away, the most geographically isolated community, 45 buildings that look like this. No supermarkets, no stores, no economic activity. And we wonder why people are sick, diseased, and diseased. We are first in everything bad, and last in everything good. And literally, this is what my children see walking to school daily. And every day they show up, they can't wait to be there. And on all 4 corners, we have death and disease waiting for them. This is not food. So I'm a little bit of a revolutionary. We'll see a little bit of what we do. Guys, I told you I need audio, please.
Our windows.
Wow, just leave it on.
Our homes and our yards in the poorest congressional district in America. This is our soil. Here, we are growing something greater for children who love to learn, to make, to nurture, and to taste. This is Green Bronx Machine.
Indeed it is, and that's the work that I do. So I'm not willing to change what I can't accept. I'm going to change the things that I can't accept. And for me, I'm a seed spreader and a peace promoter, and I grow vegetables. That's what I do. I'm a revolutionary. And with kids in school, in old buildings, 365 days a year, we grow food. We sell it. We cook it. We put it into the cafeteria. We create our own food. We cook. We have curriculum that teaches the art and science of growing vegetables, aligned to every single thing you need to do in school. It's aligned to every single goal in the world, and along the way, we've moved attendance from 40% to 93%. We've had 100% graduation rates. We've seen test scores increase by 45% year after year, and my students made the cover of Time magazine. Schools that were failing are now proficient and well-developed, but most importantly, we're sending home 100 bags of groceries each and every week, and 185,000 pounds of vegetables later. My favorite crop is organically grown citizens, kids who are going to college, kids who enjoy growing food, kids who are greening their community. I want every child to know what food is, where it comes from. Eating across the rainbow is not a bag of Skittles. I want children to understand what food is. And when you teach them about food, you teach them about nature. And literally, when we bring grandparents to school, we get children and kids involved in an intergenerational program that is game-changing. We've got intercultural, interracial, intergenerational programs putting children on both sides of the cash register. These are my children of the corn, growing food in the middle of New York City, because for me, food justice is racial justice. Who has access to what, where, when, and how determines everything. And with a community, with volunteers, we've gone from this to this. Literally, we mapped out where we live. These are tough, ugly blocks. Real dangerous communities. When it rains, the water goes down the street. It's hot in the summer. It's cold in the winter. And we said, what if we put a park in the middle of the street? So the kids started dreaming and drawing. We wrote a grant. We broke ground. And 2 years later, this is the new South Bronx. Welcome to the neighborhood. And where there were no businesses, there's now business after business. And these are hyper-local businesses. So for me, from a movement to a market that builds value for all, because business as usual, as we all know, is no longer an option. Around the world, we are eating ourselves sick, stupid, and diseased. We don't need another French fry and cheeseburger. We don't need another big quiche. We need healthy food. And when you put food in communities, people show up, they buy it, they share it, they grow it. We are iterating and working on all kinds of technology. We take over abandoned buildings and turn them into food factories. Literally, it's one of the most beautiful, simple things that we can choose to do while reducing fossil footprints. So I'll show you 5 days in the life. I'll show you 5 days in the life of my students. We show up, we measure, we build, we grow. That's 25 days later. We're Bronx proud and farming, and you know it. And my community has gone from this to this, from this to that, from that to that, and from this to this, taking over empty spaces and iterating and ideating on growing food. Every school should have a garden. And literally, that's the work that we do.
High school, 1 block from a strip club, an abandoned lot over there, 2 liquor stores right up the block. Welcome to the neighborhood. I am Dean of Students at a school here in the South Bronx. We're flooded with cheap options. The 99-cent menu here, the 99-cent menu there. Right here on this street, in this very restaurant where my wife and I got the motivation to help change kids' lives. Good morning, everybody. Have a great day. And it starts with classrooms. It starts with education. We're trying to teach kids where their food comes from and how they can grow themselves into a whole new paradigm of health, success, and opportunity. It smells good, right? It smells like plants. It smells healthy.
That is a vertical wall where you could plant vegetables.
Classrooms are changing, kids are changing, waistlines are changing. Block by block, we're changing the way people think about the places they live and what they want to be in life. And for these kids in this community, that's transformational. What are we gonna do with these plants? The eyes of the future are looking back at us, and they're demanding that we get this right. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. You're not going to stop me.
No, you are not going to stop me. So community after community, we are growing something greater. And literally, that's my goal. And it starts with teachers, it starts with seeds, it starts with plants, and it starts with schools where literally we make epic happen. We take over buildings and literally build farms with children who came through the program, who are making living wage, designing custom food, using 95% less water for gourmet chefs, for outrageous meals with 0 footprint. That's the way food should be grown. We built the first wheelchair farm in all of the United States and training kitchen. And believe it or not, in the heart of Appalachia, which is in the middle of mountains, we started working with kids who were imprisoned and conditioned to be in foster care, adjudicated youth. And right there, where there was no food and no jobs, and these kids were stranded in the woods, we decided we were going to build them a farm. And the beautiful thing is we taught them how to build, how to create, how to grow. We just wanted to give them something to do while they were spending their time. But these young men, they really loved learning how to grow food. They were able to make a lot of money, and this is what happened.
Hi everybody, Steve Ritz here in the heart of Appalachia, in the first commercial greenhouse maintained by foster care children in America. On these tower gardens, we've got lettuce, basil, peppers, romaine, squash, cucumbers, dill, basil, tomatoes. We're growing everything.
And the amazing thing is, when these young men leave, they have nowhere to go. And usually within 6 months, they wind up dead, incarcerated, addicted, homeless, or unemployed. So together, online, we crowdsourced and we built these young men 10 tiny homes so they could live there for 18 months to learn how to transition into adulthood. This is the first home this young man has ever had, and now this produce is sold in 11 supermarkets across the region. And it's a lot better than working in Doodoo Burger, and 2,200 living wage jobs. Dreamers, believers, and achievers are what children should be, and we have gone from disruption to delivery. So if you can dream it, you can do it. And I was invited to actually speak at the United Nations, and we had a president in the past who I won't talk too much about, except he didn't like Muslims. And I decided instead of protesting him, I was going to put my curriculum into Arabic. And literally, we converted our curriculum into Arabic through the power of the internet and the cheese hat, connected with children all around the world to get them excited about growing food. Farms in Kuwait, farms in Qatar, and literally created an incredible program where it took off everywhere. We wound up getting invited back to the United Nations and put in yet another 1,000 schools connecting around growing food. And during FIFA, when everyone was singing, "Go!" I was at Academic City teaching Tashika Ben Moza to get more farms into schools. It even made the cover of Teach Middle East magazine. Not bad for a guy from the Bronx. But closer to home, we started building farms for children, taking over city streets, creating places where they could play, nurture, learn about things, make some money, and do some incredible things. I like to say it's a bed we could all lay in. And then something happened. And it happened to me, and it happened to you. COVID. And that was the biggest game changer. And let me be clear, in New York City, if anybody lost someone from COVID, my sincere apologies. I lost 28 family members and friends. It was a funeral a week. In those buildings, you were twice as likely to die than anywhere else in the United States. And literally, they stopped getting garbage. The streets were filled with trash. There was no food. People didn't know what to do. And it was right then and there that my wife and I, we figured out that food was being grown. So we decided to turn the basement of our school into a supermarket and set up shop and literally started feeding the entire community each and every day, creating delivery services, local networks, fresh fruit and vegetable stands. We turned our schoolyard into a supermarket and literally gave out school supplies and food each and every other day of the week. We even had a wheelchair delivery service. As winter became spring, we started growing flowers and seedlings, not tens, not hundreds, not thousands, but tens of thousands at $2 each, do the math, and started building farms and getting the children out of those big buildings into the fresh air, growing food, creating community, and doing amazing things. And this is what we grew. Amazing people, lots of food. Now, we don't have Starbucks in my community. We are star broke. So we put in solar panels in our farm so people could connect to the internet. We looked to basements of buildings and literally in one day was able to come in and take a farm just like the one you see outside and build a subterranean basement. 4 people, one day, and 45 days later, believe it or not, it was raining tomatoes. You know, schools were closed, so I taught from my apartment. For those of you who noticed, I got my good old UAE date box right next to my laptop. There it is, a little bit of self-promotion. I put my farm and my puppets at home. We brought in a chef. We started teaching. We went from 10 kids to hundreds of kids to a whole TV cooking show that ultimately, I'll skip through it, went on to do another show with kids, getting kids involved, teaching them about the environment, ecosystems, how to grow food, how to share food, and literally had over 2 million views. And there's Khalid the Camel.
Hello, Mr. Ritz.
Who was visiting me online all the way from the UAE. So we started a show. It had 2 million views. And literally what it really did is created community all around the world to end racism, to end Muslim phobia, to bring people together about what keeps us together. Food. And that's why I'll keep growing food, because instead of seeking the light at the end of the tunnel, I want every classroom, every home, every apartment to be the light inside of the tunnel. And this is the work that we do collectively at Green Bronx Machine as volunteers each and every day. We are a teeny tiny organization that's determined to make epic happen. So for me, Green Bronx Machine is for life. And even though schools were closed, we were named the Global Showcase School. And I'm proud to champion education, not asphyxiation, so people breathe more life into everything that we do. And in the middle of the South Bronx, where there is no food and we were barely surviving, this is how I grow food with children. Now, I meet a lot of children that don't like vegetables, but I've never met a child that's allergic to money. And this is $30,000 worth of lettuce grown in 45 days, each and every day on a rooftop in a school in the South Bronx, where children have had no opportunity and using less water, hyper local. So I think the only thing more beautiful than the food is the children. And literally, we have created a whole new paradigm for success in school around healthy eating, healthy living, and healthy learning. I like to say we're ordinary people living extraordinary lives, and this is the joy they feel. Children really get excited about growing food. So for me, doing your best in this moment puts you in the best place for the next moment. And our rising tide lifts all boats. So I will continue to travel the world and talk, because for me, the best seed I can plant is the one inside each and every one of your head and your children's head and your grandchildren's head, to grow something greater. Because when you create social sustainability and living wage, that's what innovation is all about. So together we can all prosper. To think that my students and I have created technology and iterated that it's net positive on food and energy, and here I am in the UAE. It's attracted President Clinton. I got to meet him. My own story is from impossible to I'm possible. Because you see, 12 years ago, I was very sick. I went from being an NBA-type athlete to getting a little hungry. McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Pizza Hut. And this was me 12 years ago. 330 pounds. I had a heart attack in school. Thank you. No, thank you, thank you. It shouldn't have taken a heart attack, though. It shouldn't have. And I heard Mrs. Obama talking about the way we treat our children is indicative of who we are as a nation. So right then and there, I decided that I was only going to eat the food that I grew with kids in school, became a champion of change, lost 110 pounds, started bringing children to the White House, got invited to the White House, put a farm in the White House, and started doing all kinds of things. I even got to meet Miss Obama. And my little program has won the top wellness award in New York City. We've won an Emmy Award. We are the top 10 health and wellness program in America, and recently 7 Anthem Awards and back-to-back social innovation awards. I'll show you a quick little video so you can see what it looks like, and this is the work that we can do together with children in schools each and every day.
Nutrition and lack of access to healthy foods. In many impoverished areas, fruits and vegetables are not a staple in their homes. And without access to healthy food, students have trouble focusing and learning in school. Not only are we facing
I don't know what happened. Thanks, guys, yet again. But I'll stop there. And my story has literally been from hope to the Pope. You see, because the past does not have to equal the future. This is where I grew up in the South Bronx. This was my neighborhood as a young man. These are the streets that I walked on. Sadly, they resemble too many communities that we all know of today, and I'll leave it at that. And that was me at 16 years old. Today, I teach on the other side of those buildings, and that memory is nothing more than a picture on my wall. And literally, my life has become one maker faire after another simply by showing up
And where am I going next? Well, remarkably, as I shared, I found myself here with all of you in the middle of the UAE and got involved with helping to build a sustainable city. And what's inside those domes? The same technology that we have in our classroom, where we're growing millions of plants, we're net positive on energy, we're creating tilapia, we're doing all sorts of things. And no one was prouder of me than me to open up a net positive energy school where children grow food the day after September 11th to remind people that what brings us together is far more important than divides us. So happy UAE Day. I want to show you, these are little children here in Dubai growing food, and they don't need the food. Their parents have money. But these are children who, instead of going to the mall, want to save the world, keep plastic out. They're doing all kinds of things. They're feeding their communities. They're even making really cool videos. Watch. And it's got a good song, too. I really like the music. And Wednesday, these children will be here sharing their story. So that's a little bit about the work that we do. It aligns to the SDGs, but the bottom line is you can get to high-performing schools and happy, healthy communities through growing food, and we're a top school here to prove it. The National covered the work that I was doing, saying it's a one-of-a-kind green classroom, but we can do this everywhere. So some people think I had my head in the sand, but after making UAE's Best School Awards, I like to say it's a thinking cap, and we are continuing to teach children across the region, instead of following the Kardashians and buying expensive cars and clothes, to grow food and share with people and save the earth and compost and make sweet soil. This is the work that we need to do together. And I'm asking each and every one of you to join me and help me, because one voice becomes really powerful. So Green Bronx Machine is about agency and research. We tie it in with curriculum. We send it in classrooms. We set up schools literally across the world. And academically, what you can teach children in terms of literacy, in 9 weeks, the data has shown it again and again around growing food. Most children think food comes from aisle 9 in the supermarket or from the back of Zoom Market. They have no idea where it comes from. I'll finish when I'm ready. You were late on me. So we have talk about eating habits. Eating habits have helped to change the world because you have healthier kids, kids who understand that they're not going to doctors, and teachers love it. So I will finish up quickly, but this is the work that we get to do with children. I don't want children to follow the Kardashians. I want them to grow food and be their own hero and do their own amazing things. And I'll skip through this, but it's an amazing story of what is possible. We're connecting schools around the world, shouting them out, partnering them with corporations. We start in one classroom, we go through the school, we build a greenhouse, and it's amazing what you can do. We have an amazing TV show. I will share it with you simply because the Green Sheikh is in it. I'll get right to his commercial, and then I'll bow out gracefully, guys.
Wonder, what is a seed?
And through the power of the internet, we can do amazing things.
Big blue whale have any gills? I have so many more questions. Let's go. Whoa. How am I going to plan a party in 5 days?
I'll give you a hand, Mr. Ritz.
Where are we?
We are right here in the UAE. We even have UAE episodes. And I was proud to sit in the desert with the Green Sheikh and introduce children to Emirati food all around the world. I'll keep moving just quickly. So there's the QR code if you want to see the show. But remarkably, with big businesses, we've partnered to do what? To get kids to buy their product, to get them locally sold. We've worked with sports teams and put parks and farms in schools across the country and around the world, and they've been recognized in huge ways. We're working now with Google in incredible ways to teach children how to save food, grow food, share food, cook food. And this kind of innovation of public-private partnership also has a huge benefit to Google because they're putting it on their TV shows, teaching their employees. I was proud to put a farm inside of Google and create a rubric with children around food safety that's being used across the nation. There's Michael Bacher of Google. There he is in a farm at you, and here he is winning an award. So what we can do together is remarkable. And the craziest thing is they've even put my story on Emirates Airlines. I was flying here on the back of the chair. There's stories about my kids on Channel 578 growing food in the middle of the sky. So I like to say we are stronger together. It comes from staying motivated. Yes, I like to grow food. I'll show you, this is a video that a fourth grader made with an iPhone showing how cool it is to grow food in school. I won't go through it all the way, but no one can do everything and everyone can do something. And today I'm asking you to join me. I want you to be part of a great movement to make a difference in the world because children will never be well read if they're not well fed. It's our collective job to make sure every child has an equal seat at the table and that our little fish outswim the big fish. And I believe there is good in the world. And when I'm here, I see the good in the world. So each and every day you vote with your fork, you vote with your mouth, you vote with your wallet. And believe it or not, the best medicine in the world is usually right outside in the soil. Food as medicine, that's right. Not the pharmacy, but the pharmacy. So there are those who ask why. I wonder, what will you do to make EPIC happen? And I will fight. I'll fight for kids around the world who are born in places most people don't want to be caught dead in. I'll fight for kids who don't even know what dinner is, much less dessert. I'll fight for kids who don't have bedrooms and monsters are real. And each and every day, I get to grow something greater here with amazing children, literally doing incredible things because communities are not born, they are made. And everything that we do is for the community. So I'll keep growing food. Those are the children with the mayor. We just put a farm in Yankee Stadium that the children maintain and sell salads to. There is my friend, the Green, now 2 million square foot. And again, it's about appetites, markets, employees. I will close with one little story. It's about prioritizing food education in schools. There was the mayor. It's now taken off. Believe it or not, my carrots and peas are spreading hummus and goodness throughout the hood. And we're going to be building another farm at the White House. So I didn't make it to the NBA, but I made it to the cover of Sports Illustrated because good eating is a sport everyone can participate in. And this is my friend Kevin, who wrote me a letter. He was tired of seeing him and his friends get fat at school. So he wanted to become an entrepreneur and asked for a farm. And he started learning about hydroponics. And Kevin built a farm in school, learned about every single vegetable, created a QR code where teachers and students order their food, created a color-coded passport for kids who don't speak or have verbal challenges, and literally Kevin is a hero. So we were proud to celebrate Kevin with the mayor, and that's the work that we get to do. So new housing without poverty, we're building, believe it or not, the sustainable city in the South Bronx. This is my school. This is an empty lot. We're now putting in a brand new building, and the first thing in the bottom will be a farm so that kids can work with grandparents to grow food. So I'm on a movement to grow food literally around the world with people who want to grow it and source it locally, and I can't stop. I won't stop. And we are stronger together, and that's why I'm honored to be here with all of you to build a network of people around the world. And this is the work that I get to do with each and every one of you. So join me, because how we walk with the wounded speaks louder than how we sit with the great. We are in the land of the sun, so look up and see the sunshine and do something today that you and your future self will thank you for. I am a hope dealer. And I have an incredible job. I get to teach fifth graders how to eat their salad. And purpose is our inner light, and you can turn it on. And I urge you all to do it for your children, your grandchildren, and the children around the world. Because here in Dubai, intelligence is the ability to adapt to change. And if you can't see it, I made it clear for you. So never give up, have fun, Dr. Abdullah said the gift that I give is making sure that people and children will grow. And so I want you to join me, to join the army of growing food. There's an incredible toolbox for you at the Green Bronx Machine website. And I'm not here asking for a handout, but a hand up and a handshake. Because you belong here working with me, growing food, because we're ready to scale and work with partners to grow something greater. So my name is Steve Ritz. I grow vegetables from the South Bronx. I urge all of you to eat happy, healthy food. And even though the train doesn't stop, they wave at us and we sell them vegetables at the end of the stop. I had the pleasure of meeting with HR Areem, and I will tell you, there is one city I will bet on, and it will always be Dubai. So thank you so much, shukran for having me. From the Bronx to the world, si se puede. And remember, nothing tastes as good as being healthy feels. So what will you do to make EPIC happen? My name is Stephen Ritz. You can learn more about me there. Shukran. Thank you so much. And you are what you eat. Be healthy, everybody.
Whoa, Superman from the Bronx. Wow.
Let me take a selfie with everybody. Hold on. Everybody wave. I'll send it out to all the kids at home. Thank you.
Never have I craved a salad in my life, as I am doing right now. Impossible to I am possible. Be the light inside the tunnel. I'm so stealing that. I'm going to attribute it to the Superman from the Bronx. With that said, our next speaker is going to talk about the role of sustainable agriculture for food security and food safety. Sue McCluskey is the first special representative for Australian agriculture. As a highly experienced senior executive and non-executive director, she brings industry and government perspective to international ag conversations. She's the director of Australian Unity Limited, LiveCorp, the Australasian Pork Research Institute, and the Australian Wool Network. She has also previously held positions as the Commissioner for the Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research, the Chief Executive Officer for the Regional Australia Institute, and the Council of Rural Research and Development Corporations, and the Exec Director of the Office of Best Practice Regulation. Madam McCluskey, stage is yours.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. Absolute pleasure. Thank you to Dubai Municipality for the wonderful opportunity to be here today. But how do you follow that? I'm sure no one's asleep after lunch following that fantastic presentation. I'm going to talk about the role of sustainable agriculture and actually give you a bit of a taste of what we're doing in Australia. But I'm going to start with a bit of context, firstly around my role, but then why we're actually thinking about sustainability in food systems in Australia. So, let's see if that's going to work. Thank you. So first of all, it's a very unique role, and this role is one that only Australia and New Zealand have. And the reason it's unique is I'm a government appointment, but I'm an industry voice. I've been at COP all week, and what we keep hearing is that when it comes to policies, when it comes to frameworks around agriculture, it needs to be farmer-led. And I'm a farmer myself. So this was a unique opportunity for the Australian government to actually say farmers and industry need to be at the forefront of talking about sustainability, about talking about agriculture and what we're doing in a global context. My role is really to work with the multilateral organisations, work globally, be able to build relationships with like-minded countries, and also to be able to demonstrate our claims to sustainability. Just a bit of context, and I won't spend too much time on this because we've heard this in many presentations this morning, but of course we've had the 4 Cs. The first 3 Cs are of course COVID, conflict and climate. And the 4th C is the cost of living. We've seen food prices skyrocket. We've seen price of fertiliser skyrocket. We've seen the price of fuel and energy skyrocket. And all of this has put immense pressure on our food systems. And what we're seeing is that this increase in world demand has an impact on trade, and it absolutely challenges food security. When I talk about where Australia is, I talk about us being in the global south, because we are in the south. And for us, our main markets where we are Asia. And if you have a look at this chart, you can see that the agri-food demand by region is really going to come from Asia and then the rest of the world. And if we split Asia, we can see that China is going to be the greatest, followed by India, and then the rest of Asia. And of course, led by vegetables and fruit demand, and then meat. And it's really interesting to see the discussion that we've been having about food and what are the alternatives, but we're going to clearly have a need for food simply because of where that demand's coming from. I'll also touch on where some of the challenges come from for food safety. And food safety really is going to look at what it means for health, the healthier soils, the use of pesticides, the use of fertilisers, and how that flows through. And Australia is a country that isn't subsidised. Our farmers are not subsidised. And so one of the challenges we see in other countries is the context around subsidies and the impact that they can have on the environment and also on our people. So there's real challenges to trade, and what we're seeing a lot of push come from the EU. The EU, of course, have had their Green Deal, Farm to Fork. Social licence to operate has been a key driver for that. We've got very powerful NGOs in Europe, and it's flowed through to the EU legislation. But we've also seen a lot of agitation by farmers. And when I talked earlier about needing to have policies that are farmer-led, they didn't involve farmers in developing the Farm to Fork, which means they didn't actually think about how things were going to be implemented in practice. And that's where some of the challenges have gone. We're also seeing ideology drive this rather than science and evidence. And in Australia, we're very committed to making sure that we can underpin what we're doing by robust science and evidence. There's a focus, of course, on the entire supply chain, so we can't just talk about farmers. We've got to talk about all of those in the supply chain. Processors, manufacturers, right through to the retail, and of course, consumers are really important. And we're seeing an increased pressure coming from ESG demands, the SDGs, and needing to report. But I do call out the question, the change in the EU around their subsidies, their common agricultural payments, the CAP. They've moved it from being production-based to environmentally based. But I challenge that and say, is that not just greenwashing? How do you actually have the data and the evidence behind it to actually say what you're doing makes a difference? We're also seeing the challenge that prescriptive approaches and that have an impact on standards could actually take the effect of non-tariff barriers. We have the deviations from international standards, and that's also a real concern for us in Australia. So what we say is there's no one-size-fits-all. When it comes to sustainability, it must be outcomes-focused, not prescriptive. And we must look at place-based solutions. Australia is a huge country. The way I farm is very different to the way other farmers farm on the other side of the country or in the north of the country. And then when you look at the diversity across countries, it's even bigger. So we must make sure that we have place-based solutions to accommodate that diversity. That means we've got to have flexibility in terms of how we actually implement things. Food security is a really interesting one. And look, we heard that from Stephen about the challenges of obesity and the challenges of really poor food choices. When we look at food security, it really is a distribution issue. There are many parts of the world, particularly in those developing countries, where hunger is huge. It's a huge problem. Malnutrition is a huge problem. Stunting is a huge problem. So we've actually got to think about how we feed the world, not just how we feed ourselves. Of course, I've mentioned the impact of subsidies, and some of the dialogue I have with other countries is, can we actually repurpose some of those subsidies? Let's not take any money out of agriculture. Let's put more money into it. But can we actually repurpose it to have better environmental outcomes. And of course, we've had a lot of thinking in Australia, and we've got legislation coming in next year around GHG measurements and reporting, and there's becoming more of an onus now on the companies in the supply chain to actually get data and measurement from farmers, because that's their scope 3. So we say agriculture can and must be part of the solution. And I like to talk about sustainable agri-food systems, because we can't leave out the agriculture when we talk about food systems. In Australia, what we do particularly well is work around soil health. We have the oldest soils in the world. We have very poor nutrition across our soils. In fact, only 6% of our country is arable. So we've been doing work for decades, in fact, longer than that, around good soil health and making sure that we can actually draw on our Indigenous ways of working to be able to harness that. We do a lot around water. We're a very, very dry country. So needing to make sure that we have water efficiency is really important. Biodiversity is something else we really invest in, and waste management. 1/3 of the methane emissions come from waste, and that's food waste. And so we have a national waste policy that is actually looking to reduce that. We're also doing a lot of work around carbon. We've got a carbon market lever. We are looking at measurement now, looking at sequestration, but also I like to talk about insets and offsets. So this isn't just about generating your credits and selling them and they're lost to agriculture. This is about actually thinking holistically on farm. And if I can generate my credits, can I actually save them to use to offset later? So when we look at best practice sustainable agriculture, we actually look at a number of different strategies, and I'm going to call out a couple here. I'm going to talk in a moment about sustainability frameworks and the work we've been doing on that. I've mentioned drawing on Indigenous knowledge. I want to actually just mention our research and development. In Australia, we have another unique model, and that is we actually have a matching model between our industry levy and government. So when I said earlier that we want to make sure that government continues to support agriculture, we have 15 different agricultural industry research and development corporations. Industries pay levies, that's matched by government money, and that's then invested in research, development, but importantly in extension. So capacity building, because farmers learn from other farmers. So undertaking workshops, undertaking field days to be able to make sure that the research gets taken up on the ground. We've also got our government and industry and community working together, and with our research and development corporations, of course, because industry pays levies, they have a say in where that research goes. We've also developed 7 principles for international cooperation, and we've been speaking to different countries about this because we've been saying this is what underpins an outcomes-based process, a principles-based process. So it is fit for purpose. It does have that flexibility. It is underpinned by risk and science-based decision-making, and it does avoid prescriptive measures. So there's 3 key areas that we're looking at now to be able to demonstrate our sustainability credentials. We've got a national statement on climate change, and that has a whole range of different strategies and policy measures that sit underneath that. We have our Bureau of Agricultural Research Economics that has actually been doing some international comparisons. It's been quite interesting. I'll show you a graph in a moment. And we've got our Agricultural Sustainability Framework. When I talked before about diversity of environment and I talked about subsidies, the FAO puts out a lot of data where they actually talk about how much pesticides use you have, how much fertiliser you have, and they do comparisons. This piece of work has actually adjusted that for diversity of environment and for subsidies, and it actually shows that Australia has very strong sustainability credentials. We've done a lot of work in shifting land use into nature conversations, a lot of work around planting trees. We've been doing no or low till for a long time, stubble retention. We actually don't have a high level of fertiliser use. And I didn't realise that until I was in Ireland earlier this year and realised that when you actually are in high rainfall areas, you get a lot of leaching. And so you need to put a lot more fertilisers on. But we also have investment, and an example from my farm is I actually do soil testing every year. to work out whether I need to put fertiliser on, how much I need, which areas need it. Saves me money if I don't have to put it on. So I'm highly invested in measures like that. We have less pesticide use, and of course we're a very big country, so we have lower stocking rates. We've also developed the Australian Sustainability Framework for Agriculture. This has got 17 principles that go across economic, social, and environmental measures. And that's really important because the environmental and social measures are really closely connected and, of course, underpinned by economic measures. These align with the SDGs, so they speak the global language. Underneath that, we have each of the industry sustainability frameworks. So we have the beef sustainability framework, the sheep sustainability framework, the dairy sustainability framework. Once again, demonstrating that it needs to be fit for purpose with how you go to actually achieve this. Traceability is really important in Australia. So we're an island nation, so biosecurity is really important, but also we like to think about paddock to plate and how you can actually make sure that your food is safe. So we have a very robust traceability system that makes sure that we can track data all the way through. If there is any residue that gets picked up, we know exactly where it's come from. We can isolate that. We have technology that is being used for this, and what it does is, particularly for export markets, but even domestically, it clearly demonstrates that the products are safe, clean, and they're sustainable, all the way from paddock to plate. And then we also like to take a global lens, and this is another unique model we have in Australia. We have the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research. When I talked earlier about where the demand's going to come in terms of food security and food safety, it's going to be for those developing nations. This particular model actually says, through our aid program, we focus on investing and partnering in these countries with the private sector, with governments, to actually put in projects that will be sustainable in country. They're looking at improving food security, reducing poverty. They're looking at adapting climate variability. So I've seen myself projects where there's been the use of different plants, different seeds that actually are able to address the issues around seawater, the rising seawaters they have. So they're adaptable. And then, of course, enhancing nutrition and reducing risks to health, because health is critically important. And there's a focus on smallholder farms and women. We can learn from each other. I was in Ireland, as I said, earlier this year. They're doing some great work in sustainable food systems. They're doing some really great quantifiable work. They've got a really terrific Team Ireland, so branding. Canada's doing some really good work, so is the Netherlands. And in the Latins, they're doing some really good research and development. And after this last week at COP, one of the things that I was very much aware of was the fact that we need to collaborate globally. We need to share. There's no point in reinventing the wheel. Let's put our resources into making sure we can implement in country, but let's share the tools, the data measurement, and the other mechanisms that we can to make sure we have clean, safe food that's accessible to everyone, because in the end it has to be around choice, access, equity and affordability. So in Australia now we're doing more work around our sustainability credentials. We're doing a lot more work around gathering the data, because that's going to provide the science and the evidence. The collaboration is both domestic but globally. We need to continue to look through a global lens, and it's something that I do encourage other countries to look at. And we're doing a lot of work around promoting our climate-smart agriculture, our traceability and food safety systems, healthy soils, and particularly that One Health approach. Because we say if you've got healthy soils, you'll have healthy animals and healthy plants, which means you'll have healthy people and a healthy environment. Now, I did say that I would not take too long so that we can actually hopefully have a bit of time for some questions. So I'm more than happy to take some questions if anyone does have that.
Thank you, Ms. McCluskey. She would like to take a question or two. So, any questions?
Can't see a hand.
I can't see any hand. Well, I think I have a question if we don't have one from the audience. Okay, so there's a lot of food for thought, actually. It's one of my really favorite topic that I'm very passionate about. I've spent a lot of time doing sustainable ag food systems and looking at incorporating food safety in farming practices. So I'd like to pick your brains on how you've embedded food safety into your agriculture sustainability framework, keeping in mind this whole tug-of-war trade-offs between food safety and sustainability.
Thank you. Look, that's a great question because we've actually got to be thinking about food safety from a health perspective and a nutrition perspective, and it's really important that we think holistically. One of the biggest challenges we have in Australia, but it would be across other areas of the world, is that we have different portfolios. So you have your agriculture portfolio, you have your environment portfolio, you have your health portfolio, and they don't talk to each other, which means that you pull a policy lever in health and it has consequences in other areas. We actually need to be thinking holistically, and we need to be thinking about what are the priorities, and food safety and food security are clearly right up there. And we need to think about what are all the components that we need to be thinking about from a policy sense and from an implementation sense, so that we've got a joined up approach, not a siloed approach. Thank you.
Let's give her a hand. In her very last slide, she talks about where to now. And her first bulletin point was climate smart ag. And that's a perfect segue into our next talk. We're going to welcome Niels Peter Norring. He is the climate director for Danish Agriculture and Food Council, and he's worked on European and global agriculture and climate policy since 1985. For the past 24 years, as the director of this particular Danish Ag and Food Council that represents Danish farmers and some of Europe's biggest farmers-owned cooperatives in dairy, pork, grains, and seed sectors. In 2019, Dr. Norring championed Danish agriculture's vision to become climate neutral by 2050, a first of its kind among farmers and cooperative organizations in the world. Subsequently, he has worked with changing Danish governments to help implement the country's very ambitious 2030 target of 70% GHG emission reductions compared to emissions in 1990, including a 55 to 65% sub-target for agriculture to reduce emissions. Very ambitious task indeed. Dr. Norring is also engaged in numerous dialogues and partnerships with governments and NGOs in Denmark and internationally, because high national ambitions only have real climate impact if solutions are shared globally. Dr. Norring.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give you a picture of the work we are doing in the Danish agriculture and food industry to produce food, safe food, with less pressure on the climate. And also, thank you very much for a fantastic conference until now, and some fantastic days at the COP28. Let me start with some very few figures and setting the scene. I would like to mention 5 figures. 1.5, 40, 800, 30, and 0. And I would like you to keep these 5 figures in mind. Some of you know them, but perhaps some of you don't. 1.5, that's taken out of the Paris Agreement. It's the maximum increase in temperature we can allow on the globe if we won't create big problems. 40, that's the increase in demand for food in 2050. There will be an increased demand for food by 40%. And having this in mind, we also have to think about the figure 800. 800, that's 800 million on the globe who goes to bed every night hungry. 30, that's 30% of the greenhouse gases globally, which comes from agriculture and food industry. And the zero, that's the area which is available for new agricultural areas. There's no room for agricultural expansion in the area. With these 5 figures, it is clear that we have to produce more food with less emissions and on less land. The figures speak for themselves. The Danish Agriculture and Food Council presented a climate plan towards 2030 this year in May. The plan will ensure that we will reach the very ambitious national targets for agriculture set by the Danish government and the Danish parliament. According to the decision by the parliament and government, the national agricultural sector has to meet a national binding goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions with 50 to 65% by 2030 compared with emissions in 1990. Our plan is not the first step on climate change. In 2019, as said in the introduction, we came up with our vision on climate. We will be climate neutral in our food cluster in 2050. And that's with the same or even higher level of production than today. As mentioned in the introduction, we are facing an increased demand for food by 40% in 2050. Already in 2030, we see increase in demand for all different kinds of food, from wheat and rice to meat and milk, and also in the fish industry. There will be, no doubt about that, an increase in demand. Of course, there's a discussion we could produce less different food on a lower area, but the consumers, we have to listen to them. If they are demand for food, special kinds of food, we have to deliver these foods, and it must be produced in the best way and with low emissions. We will, in the Danish agriculture and food industry, help in producing to this growing market. And we will continue to produce more with less. Less pressure on environment and less pressure on climate. Since 1990, we have increased production in Denmark by 28%. And at the same time, we have reduced the greenhouse gas emissions by 25%. We have in our 2030 plan been very clear. We don't want to follow some of the green NGOs and their recommendations to be frontrunners by reducing the Danish emissions by pushing production out of Denmark. And then, of course, emitting lower, and then be able to say, we solved it in Denmark. We want to be responsible, and we therefore have a clear ambition of managing and reducing our emissions in Denmark. But how can we do this? It must be done with innovation and development of new technologies. And then all these new technologies must be used by the farmers. And we cannot do it alone. We cannot reach the target by 55 to 65% reduction in emissions in 2030 alone. But we can and we will do it in partnership with the Danish society. To reduce 55% of our emissions in 2030, compared by 1990, we should reduce CO2 emissions by around 7 million tons in Denmark. The question among some of you, do you have the technology to do this? And the answer is, yes, we have the technology already today. We can, with known technology, reduce the emissions in Denmark from agriculture by 6.7 to 9.3 million tons. And how can we do it? We can set aside and re-wet peatlands. We can use feed additives. We can reduce nitrogen. We can use pyrolysis. We can optimize the use of fertilizer. We can invest in the stables. We can add nitrification inhibitors to the fertilizers. And we can change in the patterns of production. And there's a lot more we can do. Let me mention some of the things we can do. The first thing I also already mentioned was restoring 100,000 hectares of carbon-rich soils. This will reduce the CO2 emissions by between 2 and 2.5 million tons of carbon or of CO2 emissions per year. That's 4% of the agricultural land we have to set aside between today and 2030. Then we can also use feed additives to all the conventional cows. We're not able to use it in the organic production, but in the conventional production, we can use feed additives. At the market at the moment, there's Bovaer, and it has a reduction of the methane effect by 30%. And by using this new product, we can reduce the emissions by 0.7 to 0.9 million tons. And then I also mentioned pyrolysis. There's a reduction potential of up to 1.26 million tons per year using pyrolysis. However, it doesn't come of itself. We need sufficient funds to scale up, and we need an efficient incentive structure, and we will get that, I'm sure. But perhaps some of you don't know what is pyrolysis and biochar. So let me say a little about that. Out in the fields, our plants they capture a lot of CO2. But this CO2, which is captured every year, is emitted after a short while. If we use the straw and if we use the manure to feed into pyrolysis, we will get two fractions out of it. We will get energy, gas, and oil, and we will get biochar. Let's start with the biochar. This biochar, which would be 50% of the carbon, could be brought out to the fields again, and it will stay there for hundreds of years. The second part, the energy part, 50%, that could be upgraded to climate-friendly jet fuel. And think about traveling in a couple of years on energy coming from pyrolysis, from straw, from manure, where every time you fly, you do something good for the climate. Because every time you use this gas and oil for producing jet fuel, we will capture more CO2 in the fields than we will emit. One of the big problems in agriculture, that's the methane. Methane is a big, big challenge. In the energy sector, in the industries, world around and also in Denmark, there's a lot of industry which can shift from one day to another. One day they're using oil or gas, and the next day they are using green energy. So they can go from emitting to have an emission of zero. Looking at the agriculture, we can't, and we won't be able to, electrify the cow in the coming next 10, 20, or 100 years. We can reduce the emissions, but we cannot get rid of them. And the same problem when we are growing our agricultural fields. There's also greenhouse gas emissions. And we can do a lot, but we cannot electrify them and go to zero. What can we then do with the methane? I mentioned the feed additives. You can also use specific fats, which will reduce the emissions from the cow. But then we can also bring the manure from the stables direct to biogas, and in this way lower the amount of emissions from the biogas, no, from the manure. We can put acids into the manure, which will also lower the emissions. We can capture the methane in the stables or at the storage. And when we capture it in the storage, the methane is so concentrated that it can be used for upgraded using it in the industry or you can burn it and you don't have the very strong greenhouse gas methane, but you have CO2 instead. And we can, and we also must have a lot focus on improving the genetics. In fact, every year, by having focus on genetics, we can lower the emissions of greenhouse gases from our animals in the agriculture. So we have to also have focus on this. I could continue with going through a lot of these different possibilities, different techniques, and let me just mention two more. Today, we are importing in Denmark quite a lot of soya from South America. There's a lot who have focused on the import of soya from South America because of the rainforest. We can, instead of importing soya, we can produce grass protein from techniques which are known and which is beginning to be used in Denmark. We have quite a large organic farm production in Denmark, and in the future it will even grow. So also in the organic sector, a lot of the techniques are not allowed to be used there, but there's a lot of possibilities still, so we can also there get some very high reductions. So when you calculate what's the emissions and what can you do, you look normally only at the agriculture sector. But we can do more than we get credit for, because as farmers, we also deliver to the energy production in Denmark. I already mentioned biogas. We will be able to, in Denmark, to produce in 2027 all the gas from biogas, which is used. But our delivery to the biogas production is not accounted in the agricultural sector, but is accounted in the energy sector. In the same way, the agricultural land can be used for solar energy or wind energy. And it is. There's a lot of solar panels coming up on the agricultural land. And this is not accounted in the agriculture, but it is accounted in the energy sector also. We have also some global solutions. Today we export our genetics. We produce new measurement techniques, for example, in the dairy area. 95% of world milk coming to a dairy is going through a Danish measurement equipment. And in this way, we can lower the food waste, which we had focus on earlier. Another example is that we can go out in some of the developing countries and help them in their green transaction. We're having a project in Nigeria, and soon I hope we will have a big project be built in Kenya. And this project in Kenya, just to mention, it will give reductions in the CO2 emissions by around 4 to 5 million tons, which is quite a lot compared to what we are doing in Denmark. And then we also have to have a lot of focus on biosolutions. We're using the potato, not just direct on the table, but we can use it in production of a lot of things which can be used in the food industry. So biosolutions is not an alternative, it's not an either or, but it's both. The road to achieve reduction, how can we do it? First of all new measures must be implemented by the farmers so they make a real difference. Other industries must make follow-ups, investments, so the value chain for raw material and energy flows are developed in favor of the climate. And then there's need for a lot of funds for research, development, and innovation. And then we have to remove a lot of barriers. We have to have proper regulation so we can take the new technologies into use in a very short time period. As a small country with relative small emissions, in Denmark we are contributing with less than 0.1% of the world's CO2 emissions. So little Denmark, we don't really do a difference if we just have focus on the emissions in Denmark. We can and we will do a huge difference in the global climate area if we export technologies, know-how to other farmers, to other food industry around the world. In this way, a small country like Denmark can really be a big contributor to the climate crisis. Solving the climate crisis, sorry. So, to conclude, we really need global exchange of knowledge. We need to trade. We need to sell technology. In Denmark, we have to buy technology. And we welcome conferences like this and dialogue between countries, between industries, and between farmers, an exchange of know-how and exchange of technology. That will be the global solution of the problems we stand in front in the climate area in the agriculture and food sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Noring. Denmark may be a small country, but your ambitions are really large. The Danes have risen to the challenge and said, accept the mission impossible, so must we be. Have to rise to the skies, not just any skies, but clean skies. Commercialize climate-smart measures so that every smallholder farmer can access it. Wonderful messages. We wish the Danes best of luck. Believe me, we're going to need it. Thank you. Raising the bar for the topics that we're talking today, the next one in our session is going to be achieving net zero for Australian red meat, keeping the herd, curbing the emissions. This is what the economists call as wicked problems. To speak about that is Ms. Julia Waite. She's a CN30 project manager from Meat and Livestock Australia. Her career has spanned agriculture science, ag tech, and startup investments. In her role as CN30 project manager with Meat and Livestock Australia, she's responsible for identifying high-impact R&D opportunities that deliver progress towards the red meat sector's net zero target by 2030. This portfolio has attracted over $140 million in co-investment to develop commercial technologies and research to support net emission reductions of the livestock industry, with a focus on win-win solutions for productivity and profitability. Let's welcome Julia Waite to the podium.
Thank you. Wonderful. Oh, have you taken the clicker? This one? Brilliant. Well, thank you, distinguished guests, and thank you to the Dubai Municipality for having me here. It's a tremendous honour. Although I will say I was getting quite worried there this morning, and actually a bit worried throughout the past couple of weeks. The first time I saw any photos of animals today was in the last presentation there. So we're talking a lot about the future of food, but the animals are sort of suspiciously absent from that. You'd almost think we were living in the era of plant protein already, but at least in Australia, for the average shopper, in their basket of meat purchases, plant protein only makes up 1% of protein by volume in the average supermarket basket. And it's actually declining from that high, if you can believe it. So we still love our meat, we're still eating meat. We can't get enough of it. Some countries are having a bit too much of it, others are suffering poorer health outcomes for lack of access to animal-sourced proteins. So we still love our meat, but there's this sense that we should feel guilty about it. And that's really pervasive. And so what I hope I leave you with today is I'd like to share with you some of the investments that the Australian red meat sector is making to lower its emissions of livestock. And also for those who choose to include red meat in their diet, that you should feel free to feel good about eating Australian red meat. Brilliant. So we have a net zero target in Australia for the beef, lamb and goat sector to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions. That includes from grazing on farm to the processing sector, and we'll achieve that when our emissions of production are equal to or less than the amount of carbon that we store in trees and soils. And you're probably going to be very surprised by this next slide with how well we're actually doing. If I can figure this guy out. Probably needed the induction before... Well, if anyone wants to... Oh, here we go. Brilliant. So we've actually reduced our net emissions by almost 65%. Now, how is that possible? 65%, and we're talking about how this is such a wicked problem. How has Australia been able to do this? Well, it all comes down to land. We have a lot of it. And only 8% of Australia's land mass is suitable to crop production, but 50% of it supports livestock production. So Australian livestock farmers have a tremendous opportunity to sequester carbon in trees and soils, all while producing a very nutritious foodstuff from some pretty marginal land, if I'm perfectly honest. But that progress that we've achieved, that 65%, is heavily reliant on sequestration. Our methane emissions have stayed relatively flat from that baseline year of 2005, not much change there. And we know that to achieve real climate mitigation and to meet the expectations of the supply chain, we're going to need to solve methane emissions directly. So what can we do today? We can extract more edible protein from the animals that we are producing. We can decrease supply chain waste. We've heard a lot about that today. And I was really proud to hear of an alliance between MLA, my company, and the Gulf Cooperation Council to increase shelf life of vacuum packaged lamb from 70 to 90 days. So great initiatives like that. But the one I'm going to talk about is on farm. That's the portfolio I look after. And I'm going to specifically focus on herd efficiency, what we can do there. Because herd efficiency is a really great way to start a conversation with a farmer, because it's one of the few ways that we can reduce our emissions of production whilst increasing farm profit. Farmers find the conversation of reducing greenhouse gas emissions a little fuzzy. They can't see them when they walk out into the paddock, but they can see grass, and they can see kilos of beef, and they can see more offspring out in the paddock. And that's what's driving farm profit. So if we take this example of focusing on emissions per kilo of beef we produce, what if we could reduce the amount of time that it takes for an average beef cow to reach a sale weight? That's a lot of less methane that cattle's not spending out in the paddock, eating, burping, breathing. If we can achieve that saving sooner, that's a huge win, especially when you extrapolate that across a national herd. So let's not leave them out in the paddock for the grass to dry off and those kilos to fall off. Let's get them to sale weight and off the property. We can also look at this in terms of increasing total turn-off, total kilos that are coming off the farm. And there's so many levers we can pull here. If we grow more grass through better ground cover management, more grass, bigger cattle, and hopefully more of them. We know that healthier animals who are free of pests and disease, who have adequate nutrition, shade and shelter, are ultimately better at converting feed into muscle. They're more likely to reach maturity, and they're also more likely to produce a calf or a lamb for you. So overall, this is really speaking to the farmer's interest to drive profit, and if it's sustainable too, that's fantastic. We focus on Australian applied research, but the ideas and the concepts here can translate to smallholder farming communities as well. And this is just one example of a partner that has moved their product over to Laos, where they're lifting productivity for smallholder buffalo farmers with targeted nutrition. But there's only so much we can do to push efficiency. We do need to look at direct methane reduction. And that is where a significant portion of our $140 million investment in CN30 is going. Direct methane reduction. Think of methane as a waste energy. For everything that the cattle is eating, 10% of that energy is lost as waste, as methane gas. So what if we could create interventions? What if we could manipulate the rumen microbiome to recapture that waste energy and direct it into growth? So Meat and Livestock Australia, which is the company I work for, is a service provider to the red meat sector. We invest in research and development, marketing and trade to build the productivity of the sector. And I'm very proud that our Middle East office is right here in Dubai. Some of the things that we're looking at, we heard in the former presentation about anti-methanogenic additives. About 15 years ago, we didn't know that we could feed cattle a small, little-known seaweed varietal that actually reduced the production of methane in the digestive process. 5 years ago, through MLA's trials, we learnt that we could reduce methane by 90% if we fed it regularly in controlled environments in the feedlot. So now our biggest challenge, how do we get that solution out into the paddock, into the grazing fields where 90% of Australia's cattle and sheep are raised? And so we're looking at how do we get it into water troughs, into lick blocks, an implant, a slow-release vitamin that degrades over time. These are all things that are on the table that will be absolute game changers for the livestock industry. We're also really interested in these amazing properties that our pastures might have. What properties might be in our common feed bases that could tackle methane just through changing the makeup of our feed base? We're looking at genetic selection for low methane animals, both directly, but also choosing for more feed efficient breeds and animals. In Australia, at least, the supply chain is driving this interest in on-farm emissions, almost more than public policy. So it makes sense that we pay attention to what our customers are asking for. We have 4 certified carbon neutral red meat products in Australia, still relatively low volume, still relatively niche. although we have recently launched a major supermarket brand, and soon to see how consumers respond to that. But we're seeing a variety of other claims. One of our most loved burger chains in Australia, called Grilled, for $1 extra, you can upgrade your patty in your burger to a low methane patty that has been fed that red seaweed I mentioned before. So even if we step aside from this world of niche certified brands, suppliers and supply chain customers who are wanting to lower their emissions footprint are going to seek out farmers and suppliers who can produce product with the lowest emissions per kilo of product. And that's exactly what's happened with Farmer Mark in southwest Australia, who is supplying Coles' first carbon neutral brand. He's not carbon neutral himself, but he's got incredible efficiency, and so he produces meat with an incredibly low footprint. So why does it matter what we do down in Australia? Well, by production value, we're certainly not top of the list, coming in number 12 by volume of beef that we raise. However, when it comes to export, we're number 4, feeding over 100 countries our beef. So what we do in terms of environmental stewardship on our farms, that's going to help achieve our emissions goals, but it's also very important for the countries that choose Australian beef. So there's no getting away from it that livestock emit greenhouse gas emissions. There's no getting away from that. But they can also be an equally powerful part of the solution through sustainable intensification and novel technologies that I spoke of. And why that's so important, and it's so important that we keep getting this right and keep improving on efficiency, is that means we can continue to enjoy the cultural benefit, the nutritional benefit, and the livelihoods that are supported by red meat, and that's critical. So what I'm hoping that after today we can all do as we go away into our personal and professional lives is move off having very simplistic conversations about meat and climate. Is it in or is it out in the future? And let's move to a more complex, nuanced discussion about equity of access to animal source proteins in both the global north and south. And let's talk about reducing waste of the protein that we are already producing with fewer and fewer emissions every year. Thank you. No problems. We're doing questions.
Bravo. You know, we hear a lot about sustainable intensification for agriculture, but to watch it in action is something else. You truly embody the environmental sustainable stewardship into action. Thank you very much for that. Next up, following the sustainability theme, we get 2 people for one topic. Sustainability in food service sector is a must-win for all. We've got 2 speakers. Mr. Omar Shihab, the founder of CSO Boca. He's the visionary behind Middle East forward thinking and leading sustainable restaurant Boca. Hospitality project director, restaurateur, consultant, and food and beverage concept creator based in Dubai right here. Omar has recruited and worked with talented chefs, restaurant managers, beverage professionals, interior designers, brand specialists, and construction experts to create world-class hospitality concepts in Gulf region. Omar is the founder and chief sustainability officer of Michelin Green Star recipient Boca, and a multi-award-winning modern European restaurant and bar located in the prestigious Gate Village in Dubai's International Finance Center. That's where I'm having dinner tomorrow. Accompanying him is Ms. Kiri Chandler, Associate, Thriving Solutions. Kiri Chandler works in sustainability as a consultant, an educator, and a dedicated advocate, helping food service operators understand what good looks like. Drawing on experience in industry and academia, she works with organizations on climate action progress, bridging the gap between sustainability ambition and implementation. Kiri co-launched the Food Made Good standard in the UAE, a sustainable restaurant association initiative supporting the hospitality industry with a 360-degree holistic assessment, using a framework that aligns with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. The Food Made Good standard helps businesses synergize with the strategic UAE goals in the areas of food waste, food security, and water and energy consumption. We welcome both speakers to the stage.
Thank you. Good.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for that introduction. My name is Omar Shihab, and as was mentioned, I run a restaurant that's not so far away from here. It's in Dubai's International Financial Center. The restaurant is called Boka. Boka is a homegrown concept. We created the brand 9 years ago, and the initial idea was to use the creative resources that we have here today to showcase and demonstrate natural resources that we have access to here in the UAE, no matter how scarce they seem on the outside. I'm also the Chief Sustainability Officer of the restaurant. Why Sustainability Officer? Well, I found myself a few years ago thinking about how we fit in the overall food system and what it means to run a conscious and responsible operation within restaurants.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I don't have much to add on to the thorough introduction, but just to say that I arrived in Dubai in 2002 to join the hospitality industry here. And that's where the common platform that Omar and I find ourselves in terms of wanting to support the hospitality industry to navigate their own path within sustainability. And having been here for that long and seeing many startups come and go, I really wanted to find some credible, accessible way for our hospitality industry to navigate their own sustainable pathway and find an accessible, credible way to do that. So that's what links Omar and I to the subject here today and talking about what's beneficial for our industry and for our businesses. So this is often cited as a definition for sustainability. You might recognize it. But actually, what does sustainability mean to you? And the answer is actually that it means something different for everybody. And that complexity gives us both challenges and opportunities. Basically, I think of sustainability as being a fundamental pillar of business. I don't think it's particularly special because it's something that we're talking about right now. I think it should be embedded in business because it just makes sense. And we know that because we have evidence. We know that through sustainable best practices, we can reduce risks in our supply chain. We can decrease expenses and improve our profits and bottom line. We can also attract and retain talent. And these are all common challenges amongst our sustainable or other hospitality industry colleagues. So this, to me, just makes business sense. But I guess what we need to understand is how does it translate? What impact do we have as a business and as an industry? So I guess the focus is then, if we don't consider sustainability, what areas do we need to consider where we're having impact, and how does that affect our industry?
Before we get into that, I think it's really important to understand why should we care as industry professionals within food and beverage, within operations, within hospitality. We must, first of all, understand that we are an integral part of the food system. The food system, the way the food is produced, harvested, transported, distributed, and consumed, as was demonstrated through the many presentations today, make up more than 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. 1/3 of the world's food is never consumed and goes to waste, contributing to 10% of the world of greenhouse gas emissions. We are part of the hospitality industry, and hospitality makes up 10% of the world's GDP. We employ 1 in 10 people, 60% of whom are women. In the city of Dubai alone, there are 13,000 restaurants per 1 million people. That's a higher number than London and New York. So not only do we have the greatest responsibility, but perhaps the biggest opportunity to make a change and make a difference.
And so now we get to the how part, which is where most people are interested in. How do we actually achieve a sustainable food service operation? And right off the bat, I can state that there is no magic bullet or blueprint that we can just copy-paste. We have, however, some commonalities of which we can leverage amongst our industry colleagues. The how part really focuses on the areas we have impact, and these are common. So we need to think about, what about our energy? We all need energy to operate our restaurants. We all consume water. We also spend a great deal of time sourcing ingredients for which we depend highly on the health of the environment for. We also impact livelihoods, not only for the people that we directly employ, but also our customers and our diners. And we also interact heavily with our suppliers and the producers of the products and services that we purchase. We all produce waste. And we don't operate in a vacuum, right? We're not in a silo. We are actually part of communities, and we operate in cities. So we impact all these areas, and the how part gets solved by thinking about those impact areas and not tackling them all at once, but choosing an area or two that you feel resonates mostly with your business, that maybe you can move the needle on a little, and just starting from that point. But I guess the first part and the first acknowledgement is, where do we have impact? And sometimes we're so busy in our operation, we don't realize all the areas of which we're making impact, both positive and not so positive.
So over the next few slides, I want to present to you some of the works that we've been doing in our restaurant, the journey that we've been on for 9 years. Because we were a homegrown brand, we looked inwards for sourcing. We said, surely we can find a few ingredients that we can incorporate into our menus. Yes, we live in the desert. There is a very small percentage of arable land here in the UAE. So we looked to the coastline. We looked to the 1,318 kilometers of coastline that we have access to, overlooking 2 bodies of sea. Armed with the fishing calendar, the official fishing calendar of the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, and cash in hand, our chefs went to market and started introducing certain variety of fish and seafood that you don't see very often in commercial kitchens. And that became something very exciting for us. So we started experimenting. We took time to test and experiment with these varieties, because you need to approach them slightly differently. These are warm water fish and seafood. And as the country realized that food security is obviously something really critical, we looked inland to a myriad of producers from conventional, organic, hydroponic, aquaponic, and started incorporating these ingredients depending on season and depending on time. We wanted to have a deeper connection to the land, the place where we were incorporated in, where we were born in. So we started to understand, we wanted to understand what is native to the UAE. We wanted to really feature a lot of these ingredients that I, growing up here in the UAE, was used to. So going out into the desert after the rainy season, we used to wild harvest certain types of plants like hummed and khubbez. So we started introducing these into our menus. Now these are small ingredients that are not necessarily incorporating the main item in the dish, but it's a storytelling. It's a little nudge so that we can start discussing and talking about what really grows here in order to maybe shift the narrative. We produce a lot of waste. We purchase a whole range of items, not just food, but obviously packaging, uniforms, detergents. There are a lot of things that most commercial kitchens are doing already. Chefs are already incorporating ingredients in multiple areas within our menus. Obviously, managing inventory is really key, and understanding your own business, your cyclical business throughout the day is extremely critical at managing waste. But in order to really understand where we stand in terms of the overall formula, we wanted to measure. You cannot change what you cannot measure. So we formalized a position within the restaurant, a waste officer. This person's role is not only to make sure that we're segregating 6 types of waste, but also taking weight and measurement, a very low-tech approach, a scale at the end of the restaurant where measurement is taken and recorded on a piece of paper. We now have more than 4 years worth of information on every item that leaves the restaurant. And with that, we're able to have conscious conversation internally within the different production areas, obviously your kitchen, the beverage team, on the floor, and mandate certain reduction targets for each of them. Chefs are incentivized to introduce ingredients that are traditionally considered waste back into our menus. We want to see a lot of that in our menus. And obviously that allowed us to also have conversation with our suppliers externally. So we started obviously with water supplies. We started filtering our own water, discontinued some of the imported water, but also had new conversations with these suppliers in order to understand what are some of their plans in order to pick up some of these items. The third item, which is very common across businesses, no matter the industry you're in, which are the resources that we use. Energy, water, obviously chilled water for our air conditioning. So very simple practices, switching off the lights at the end of the shift, making sure that we are maintaining our equipment up to scratch, up to speed, decommissioning some of the old equipment. There are certain ways and very low-cost approaches in order to offset some of our emissions by through using electricity. So we approached the Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park and asked them to provide the same amount of electricity that we consume per year that feeds into the grid and feeds into Boca. And with that, we're able to officially claim that Boca today runs on 100% renewable energy. And as we realized later, when we did the carbon emissions calculation, that removed up to 7% of our overall emissions. Something that is slightly harder to measure, but extremely critical, is the community, and obviously starting with our own staff, the way that we manage, treat, compensate, develop their careers, build capacities. We talk about capacity building and climate education as something really critical for us. But also the outreach to the community that we live in. It's quite critical for us as a restaurant to have that also sense of place. And I think at the end of all of this, it was really important for us to understand how we fit in the overall picture and what does it mean? What is the impact of everything that we've been doing? So that's when we wanted to go in a little bit deeper and hire the carbon management consultancy called Element 6 to come in and audit our entire operation and production lifecycle to arrive at scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 of our overall emissions. And with that, we're really able to now have a better picture of the impact that we're seeing from the changes within our menu, from our waste, from our electricity consumption. And with that, we're again able to address and make positive impact by introducing small nudges and very achievable activities within the restaurant.
So having listened to Omar's story from Boca, that is just one way to approach sustainability in the restaurant industry. Omar's worked very hard to create some pillars and a manifesto of sustainability to try and navigate his way through increasing sustainability and looking at all different areas constantly. But again, there is unfortunately, no blueprint we can hand over and say, here, this is what you should do, follow this and everything will be fine. Because no one knows your business like you do. And so what might resonate for you may not resonate for others. So again, unfortunately, there's nothing that's a silver bullet, but there is the necessity to somehow find a focus area and start there. And the key word there is start. We mentioned that together we actually brought the Food Made Good standard and assessment here to the UAE, and we didn't undertake that initiative lightly. We spent a lot of time researching all sorts of different frameworks, and you can reference even the larger frameworks of the Sustainable Development Goals and use those as guideposts. You can create your own. There's many tools and resources out there, but we found that the Food Made Good offered credibility and accessibility. And when we wanted to move the needle here in the hospitality industry, we thought those two attributes were very important to have. This initiative, Food Made Good, is actually from the Sustainable Restaurant Association based out of the UK. It's not a new initiative. It's actually got 10,000 food service operators having used this framework throughout the world. So why would it be applicable to our landscape here? Well, there's actually more commonalities across the restaurant industry than there are nuances. So when you look at the pillars of this framework that cover sourcing, the environment, and society, those are all common things that Omar even just touched on now. And looking at the framework and seeing perhaps where there's an area that you feel that you could improve on, or maybe it's an area you're already working on, gives you the ability to work through something that's very easily, gives you at least some opportunity to create momentum through some low-hanging fruit and easy wins. And we need that momentum, that collective momentum in our industry to move at the speed that we need to move at. So no magic pill or blueprint to offer you, but certainly a lot of tools. And importantly, the stories that are shared amongst the industry colleagues are really, really important. We need to do more sharing of lessons and challenges that we're up against so that we can work more collectively together. And only that way, I think, is a successful recipe for advancing at the pace we need to advance. So where do we start? These are some now final points that we'd like to leave you with. And again, these are steps we feel are pretty simplistic, but they've proved to be really successful with a lot of the changes that we've tried to make or suggest to industry colleagues. And the first part is to educate, or just to start in a learning mindset. We don't know what we don't know. So be courageous and brave and learn about some area that your business is impacting a little bit more, to a deeper level. That's a continuous learning cycle, actually, because sustainability is not a destination. The other thing is to commit. Commit to making some change somewhere. You do not have to tackle everything all at once. Tackle one area or two areas that you feel that you can get some momentum in. The third step is to pledge. And now, why would we want to pledge? We've already committed. Pledging is really critical if we are to hold both ourselves and others accountable. And whether you choose to do that just internally or whether you choose to share that openly is up to you. But it has been proven that the pledging part, and at least writing something down, making some formality about your commitment, helps the end achievement of the goal. Next, you need to measure not only where you are, but also what changes and how those are impacting your business. If you can't measure if you're going forward or backward, then you won't feel like you're making any headway whatsoever. So constantly measuring is important. And reporting on it, whether again it's internally or whether you're sharing it again with others. Reporting and doing that through stories or through your brand narratives, or internally to motivate your staff, conversations with your suppliers. All those reporting avenues and methods are really important. And then key is just a repeat of those steps. Just keep repeating and going through that cycle. That's the process of constant improvement and also advancing advancing the impact that you're having in a positive direction. Again, the Food Made Good standard can certainly provide guidelines. If you wanted to create something similar to Omar's sustainability manifesto, that's also a great way to guide decision making. Whatever resonates with you, whatever you decide to do, my last and final request is just to start. We need to move a lot faster. Dubai and the UAE is known for pioneering many, many things, and we are first in many areas, but we are behind in this area. And we have initiatives that are driving goals nationally, like NEMA, our National Initiative for Food Loss and Waste, which is a collaboration of Ministry of Climate Change and the Environment and the Emirates Foundation. We have some goals that are pretty ambitious, and one of them is to cut and reduce food waste and loss by 50% by 2030. We're already at the end of 2023. That does not give us much time to plan and implement and measure and see where we are. So our final thoughts is just please reach out, please share amongst yourselves, please encourage and motivate the industry however you can best do that. And always remember that there's loads of support. You do not have to do this alone. In fact, it's collective action that will get us to where we need to go. Thank you.
Questions? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you, Omar and Courtney. That was fascinating. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. But I was curious, is the Sustainability Manifesto and the Good Food Standards, is it readily accessible, available for the industry to learn and mimic?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well, so the Sustainability Manifesto was what Omar created for Boca. And the Food Made Good framework is accessible through the Food Made Good website, foodmadegood.org. It's a framework that is clearly laid out there with the pillars aligned with the SDGs. The standard is created by industry, so it's not something just thought up in the last couple of years. And in order to do the standard, then that's something that's self-directed, a self-directed process that you do online. And it takes you through a very in-depth and broad, holistic examination and analysis of your business.
And it's based on everything that we've learned throughout this journey. So throughout the last 9 years, we've been thinking about sourcing and dug in a little bit deeper, and what it means for us in our part of the world. Similarly with waste and obviously resource management. So all of these, a lot of the frameworks that are talked about within the Food Made Good are very similar to what we've been doing within the restaurant. And we put it together in that report that is publicly available for everyone to obviously download and see.
Yeah, you really pared things down to the basics to deliver maximum impact in a very inclusive way and a participatory way, because you are inviting the consumers to be part of this process, right? Absolutely. That's really remarkable. Bravo.
Thank you.
Thank you both for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think so, yeah.
Do we need an introduction?
We don't need one. It's up to you if you want to.
Oh, it's your call. We do whatever. Turn your head.
Yeah.
Come on, okay.
That's off my end. Let's click us.
Good evening, everyone. Last session, but I was looking forward to this all day. Welcome back, folks, and if you have friends hanging around outside with a coffee, tell them to come in. So our next session is about speak-up culture and getting your frontline staff to talk about what they want to tell you. It's often, a difficult task getting your team members to tell you the right thing, and especially in our part of the world, people tell you what they know is expected out of them than the right thing, right? So if you ask a question about food safety, you don't get the real answer, but you would get the answer that they think you want to hear. And breaking that culture is not easy. In often when you have a very huge regulatory power, or when you think that food safety is really important, but it also gives a message that it can be scary, or something would happen if I tell the truth, or I would be looked down upon if I say that I fumbled and made a mistake. In such kind of situations, it can be really tricky to kind of navigate through the food safety and get your right objectives met. So for breaking this particular problem, we got two very, very interesting speakers, and they're not the typical, they don't talk about the things that we normally hear about, training skills and so on. They bring in a special, expertise area, and that's into films, videography, and if you look at their videos on LinkedIn, you can really see that they've spent time looking at how messages can be not just be verbal, but also visual and impactful. Austin is a learning director, filmmaker, and researcher, leveraging research from cognitive science, adult learning theory, and change management models. And he designs behavior-based programs. And Richard is a veteran story designer, video editor, cinematographer, and director who has worked on feature films, reality TV, commercials, and Super Bowl ads. So let's see how that blends in with food safety from both of them. Thank you. And welcome, Austin. Welcome, Richard.
Oh, thanks, Bobby. All right, awesome. So I'm going to tell you a quick little story about a friend of mine that works in food safety. And so this gentleman works, he's kind of like a hired spy. Companies hire him to infiltrate their system, but either IT or to actually get into their facilities to find out where the weak spots are within their security system. And he does all kinds of cool stuff, makes fake badges, has his PPE, finds ways to sneak in. And one of the things that he notices consistently is that when he gets into these facilities, people always look at him just a little bit weird because they haven't seen him before, but he carries himself in a way that it's like he should be there. And so they don't say anything because they're not really sure what they're looking at. And so he and I were talking about this, and it was like, well, what's the issue? Why aren't people saying anything? They obviously don't recognize you. What is the restriction to them speaking up? And so whether it's somebody being at the wrong place at the wrong time, or identifying risk on the line, identifying risks within the back office, right, when you're looking at a procurement, finance, this is a topic that really started to kind of intrigue me to figure out what is it that keeps people from speaking up. And so we started doing a lot of research around this topic, and that's what we're going to talk about today, is why people don't speak up, and then some of the things we can do to overcome those restrictions.
And Bobby mentioned that we're filmmakers, so you might be wondering, why are filmmakers talking about creating a culture of speaking up? And a large part of our work is actually combining different fields of research into one. So we design training programs with the intent to stimulate some kind of emotion, because if you want to change behavior, you have to engage people's emotions. And the easiest way to engage an emotion is to tell a story, particularly a visual one. We combine that with elements of learning design, instructional design, to present the information in a way that keeps it novel and interesting, but also memorable. And then we have cognitive science as kind of the support, the research support that validates this approach. And when we're thinking of creating a culture of speaking up, it's not as easy as just saying, well, if I give them the information, they should take it and understand it. What we've found is that often people have really great intentions around speaking up, but there are specific, sometimes conscious, but mostly unconscious barriers. So Sage Media's approach to training in general is to address the underlying unconscious behaviors to drive an actionable change. So I love this quote by Edward Deci, who is one of the founders of self-determination theory, which is a motivation model that we use. He says that the proper question is not how can I motivate others, but rather how can people create the conditions within which others will motivate themselves. And essentially what he's saying here is you can't force people, through motivation, you can't scare them or shame them or threaten to punish them in order for them to speak up. The conditions, the working conditions, and the actual environment have to be different and facilitate that change in behavior. And we know this, right? We have seen studies where people don't wash their hands properly, and some of the reasons might be as trivial as, oh, the paper towels are just slightly out of reach. And that slight inconvenience, several inches, means that, yeah, I'm not going to engage in that behavior anymore. So we really want to figure out, like, what are some of these not obvious solutions when we're trying to create a culture of speaking up? And today we're going to give you 3 secrets to observe that we think would have the largest impact for this organization.
And so, first secret is to leverage motivation theory. And we're going to talk about a couple of things that ties into the cognitive science aspect of the work that we do. And if you're not familiar with the term cognitive science, it's this umbrella term that encompasses psychology, sociology, anthropology, philosophy, all of the kind of the human sciences. And so one of the big things that we see when trying to create a culture of speaking up is there isn't an understanding of the underlying motivation that all people have. So when we look at motivation theory, it really kind of works on this continuum. So we go all the way from unmotivated, and that's someone who literally has no interest in doing something whatsoever. That's probably the hardest employee to deal with. And then as they become a little bit more motivated, we move into extrinsic or extrinsically motivated. And so this is the kind of motivation that comes from outside of myself, right? So if Richard wants me to do something and he says, look, you're either going to get a reward or a punishment for doing this task, then that is an extrinsic motivator. And I'm trying to avoid that punishment, or I'm trying to gain that reward, which is sometimes gets things done, but it's not a very sustainable model of motivation. So as we move higher up into the top level, or the gold standard, we look at intrinsic motivation. So this is motivation that comes from within myself. I have a desire to engage in this behavior. And a lot of times we see, as we're developing this culture of speaking up, that people start to speak up because of the fact that it's who they are. They identify with it. This is part of my role within the world. And what's really cool about this specific theory of motivation, which, as Richard mentioned, it comes from a field of study called self-determination theory. They found that there's basically 3 core psychological needs that all people have. And what's great about this is that this is like a Rosetta Stone for motivation, because regardless of where you live in the world, socioeconomic status, education, where you fall within the hierarchy, every single human being has these 3 key psychological needs. And so just like I have a need for my physical body for food, air, water, shelter, these are the 3 psychological needs that we all have to become well-balanced, well-rounded human beings. And so those psychological needs are a need for autonomy, which means that I have volition, that I have free choice, that I'm able to have some type of say within my life, within my work. The second one is relatedness. And so this is relatedness to so many different aspects, right? There's my relatedness to my family. There's my relatedness to my team that I'm working with, my relationship between myself and my boss or the company mission. So this is like our role within the world. And more importantly, especially in food, it's about relatedness to society. What is my role in producing safe, quality food for those that are within that community? And then the third psychological need is a need for competence. Every human being wants to feel that they are good at what they do, that they are, that they're able to come in, do their job, do it well, and then hopefully excel day by day. So when we're looking at developing this culture of speaking up, those are three elements that we're constantly looking at is, are we including these three elements when we're designing training, when we're having conversations with people? And so we'll kind of unpack this a little bit more in a couple more slides, but want to really just introduce that key concept and before we get into secret number 2.
Yeah, so all of this builds on each aspect. So you understand motivation theory so that you can start to build a psychologically safe environment for your employees. So the second secret is to foster psychological safety. And what that means, the technical definition here is a shared belief that it's okay to express ideas, concerns, and questions without fear of negative consequences. So basically, that your team feels comfortable bringing up issues to you and knows that you're not going to punish them, reprimand them, shame them in some way, that they're incentivized to do that. They feel safe in doing that. And this is important on so many levels, but the main reason is that we have this expectation that how people act is that they're rational beings, and that just fundamentally isn't true. Most of us make decisions by emotions or reactions, and then we later justify them through reason. So when you look at an example of what training typically does, we expect that an employee sees something that is unsafe, and then remembers that you have that poster hung up in the break room or on the plant floor, or they went through some 2-hour training on compliance that says if you see something, say something, and then they go and actually say something, right? That's the expectation. I don't have to tell you that that's not how things work out in life. What actually happens is that they see some kind of potential threat, and then they go through this host of different questions, again, consciously and unconsciously, this matrix of things that they have to figure out before they intervene. And if the answer to any of these questions is no, they're not going to intervene. They're not going to speak up. But if it's yes to every one of them, then they will actually say something, and you'll get that culture of speaking up. So by taking the motivation theory and then starting to build a culture that is psychologically safe, you're getting much closer to creating a culture of speaking up. Let's look at the actual kind of thought process that's going on in here, some of the questions that pop up. Again, these are largely unconscious, and they're very, very quick decisions. So when you're thinking of creating training, you have to address these in such a way that they become automatic, that people don't have to stop and think each of these questions. And what we'll do now is we'll go through individually what these questions means and what these questions mean, and then some potential options to solving those problems or to getting them to a yes.
Yeah, and this is a topic we worked on even outside of the food industry. So a lot of this research also comes from diversity programs, from anti-harassment programs. So we're kind of blending multiple different fields of research together to create this. But yeah, when someone sees something that just seems like it's not right, it might be a risk, I'm not quite sure, the first question that we all ask ourselves is, does someone need to speak up? And what that's really asking is a deeper question, which is, can I accurately identify the risk? Right? Because I'm not going to say anything if I don't feel that I can actually identify the risk properly. Why would I speak up if I don't even know how to identify the risk properly? And so I don't want to look foolish. So the ways that we help to kind of get people comfortable with identifying risk is through your onboarding program, right? Through HACCP, through GMP training, audits. We want to be able to create the condition in which they accurately identify the risk. That's the kind of the cost of entry. The next one is developing critical thinking. And this is something that we're seeing more and more with food companies, is the desire to develop critical thinking. That knowledge and just the information is not enough to actually drive the kind of change that they're looking for. We live in this very advanced, complex world, and a lot of times we see with recalls that it was a previously unknown issue, so they weren't even able to train on it because we never really thought about this particular problem before. So we want to see opportunities to develop critical thinking because not everything is going to be super obvious.
And to anticipate risk. Like that's really what you want, is for them to anticipate it before it happens.
Right. And then the third one is continual practice, right? So if I'm to identify a risk, that is a skill. That skill requires practice. And so continually having conversations and doing the practice around identifying risks. And so this comes down to the daily interactions between leadership and team members, because we're constantly wanting to be talking about risk so that this is now literally part of our culture. It's the way that we do things here. We talk about this and we continually practice trying to identify risk.
It's a good habit.
And so the next question that we're all asking ourselves is, am I obligated to speak up? And so the tools that we use to kind of help answer that question is driving the company mission. And hopefully the company mission has something in there that talks about safety, quality, and not in super nebulous terms where it's a definitive goal that is set around quality, because then I know that I am obligated to speak up regardless of where I fall within the organization.
When you're thinking of a company mission, often you'll hear ones that are trying to be too evergreen. They want to last too long, and they're very vague. They'll be like, aspire to greatness, or something that doesn't have a tangible metric assigned to it. So we want to try to get something very concrete. And one thing I can't recommend enough is that when you are creating your mission, that they have a very strong economic priority, and that they are measurable, that you can change them every couple of years as your goals shift, as you start to achieve those goals. But the other reason you want this is because you want your team members to know what those economic priorities are and that they can speak to that. Because if they're not aligned to the mission, then you're in trouble. And if it's something vague like aspire to greatness, there's no metric for when you actually achieve greatness. But if you know you need to earn a certain amount of money, or you need to meet a certain deadline, or you have a certain productivity goal, and it's time bound, then everyone can help contribute because everyone knows what's at stake. It's just something I see a lot of companies not do. They want to have what they've seen before, and what they've seen before is far too vague to be effective.
Definitely. And then, am I obligated to speak up? This ties back into what I was mentioning earlier with the 3 psychological needs, right? This is the sense of relatedness. So what is my sense of relatedness to my team? Is it now the norm that people speak up, or if I speak up, am I the odd man out? Right? So what does that team dynamic look like? And then what's my relationship to the society at large, right? Is that continually being conveyed and communicated that you yourself have a direct impact on the health and safety of our consumers? So always driving that home, and then utilizing that emotional connection, because what we see far too often in training programs is that they lack any emotional connection. It goes back to that idea that the learner is extremely rational, we will give them the information, and then they will go forth and do good in the world. And that just isn't how it happens. So we want to kind of always be looking for ways to speak to the emotion, the stories around what happens if we don't get this right. And then once they're able to answer that question, the next one is, am I that person, right? So the first question was, does anyone need to speak up? And once we're able to answer that one, yes, somebody needs to speak up, then the next question is, well, am I that person? And so that question is asking a deeper level, which is it safe to speak up? So this gets back into psychological safety, right? And the way that we create this psychological safety is through continual dialogue with leadership, showing that leadership is okay with having these conversations around risk, and moving away from this zero tolerance concept and more into what we call a see and solve. So we see a lot with zero tolerance that a standard is set, we have zero tolerance, and there's a reward system in place for zero findings. And what do you think happens whenever you have a reward system for zero findings? You get zero findings. And we all know that the issues are out there. So the goal is not to reward for zero, the goal is to reward for the finding of the issue so that we now know where it is, we know how to resolve it, and we can eradicate that and move on to the next issue.
There are cases where people doctor their evidence because they don't want to have found a pathogen.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see the dangers in that. And beyond it, there are studies about how your peripheral vision can actually become reduced when you start focusing too much on not finding something. You end up training the brain not to see it. And that can be very, very dangerous. As Austin mentioned earlier, we're trying to establish a habit of speaking up. So it has to be continual and automatic and autonomic. It shouldn't be something that you think about, it's something you should react to.
And yeah, and we've unfortunately seen plenty of companies that have had some pretty large lawsuits as a result of forging of documents.
Yeah.
And then is it safe to speak up? What's the team orientation, right? And this gets back to the element of, is it respected and is it required, really, within the team culture to speak up? So when we were talking about psychological safety, one of the really key elements of psychological safety is to understand that it lives at the group level. So psychological safety is not something that is built by the CEO who comes out and says, hey, we want to create a psychologically safe environment, and please bring everything to attention. What we see is, thank you. What we see is that it's always driven at the team level. So we're talking about a team of 15 to 20, 25 people, because that's where it's almost that like nuclear family concept. That's where we see psychological safety be built and strengthened and actually start to show results within the community. So we want to be building this at that team level. So, and then once it's safe to speak up, am I empowered, right? It's safe, but is it something that I'm empowered to do? And so developing that empowerment within our teams means finding opportunities to provide choice. This goes back to the autonomy aspect of those 3 psychological needs. Is the team used to being provided some type of choice, or is it command and control? Next one is the way you can do that is through providing opportunities for goal setting. So a lot of times goals are set and then expected of a team, whereas a lot of the research shows if the team member sets the goal themselves, you're much more likely to achieve that goal. Not only that, but now they know that they have volition. And then the final one is driving continual inquiry, right? I'm not going to feel empowered to speak up if we never talk about risk, if we never ask those questions around risk, if we don't look for those opportunities to continually ask new questions and have these conversations. So much of culture, whether it's food safety culture or speak up culture, is around communication. And what we talk about reflects what our values are. So if all of those things are answered in the affirmative, then that's where we get the opportunity for people to speak up. So when you create an environment where employees feel both empowered and motivated, they will speak up. But as you can see, this is developing a culture that requires continual dedication.
So as you could see from that graph of the questions, that matrix of questions, all of the motivation theory applies to it. There are aspects of it that are peppered throughout. We have the sense of autonomy. Am I able to make a choice or make decisions? We have relatedness. How does this reflect my relationship to my team, my peers, my leadership? And we have competence. How good am I at my job? How do I continue to feel like I'm improving? So those are the 2 basic things. You have that, and then you build this psychologically safe environment. And for the most part, you've got it done. The third secret, though, goes beyond when you're actually incorporating these aspects into your training at every level. Really, it should be even beyond that, but I think training is a really key aspect here. So part of the reason why we want to design effective training, and when I say training, I don't mean knowledge transfer. Knowledge is not enough. We have to focus on behavior change. We have to focus on skill development. So we'll cover some elements of what makes effective training, but I just want to drive home the point that it's not enough that people know, they have to actually be doing. The first element that I think is absolutely essential when you're designing training is to use stories. This is a great way to garner attention and to engage people at an emotional level. You will capture their attention, you'll keep them, but this also establishes why this matters. If you think of Simon Sinek's book, Start With Why, this is a great way to do it. And if you begin the training this way, you actually earn buy-in. They'll take the training more seriously when you start with why it matters and make that a clear point. So Kerry Foods had hired us to do a leadership training for their upper echelon, and we had all different kinds of departments. Some of them even included mergers and acquisitions. So we started the training with this really dramatic story. This is the movie poster for it. It had this very compelling, off-putting story. And the reason that we used it is because we could watch them physically lean forward during the training, that they were that engaged. But part of the reason we did this is like it solidified why this mattered to them. It got them to emotionally invest, and it had them thinking critically about why their jobs or how their jobs could actually impact food safety. So even though they were in mergers and acquisitions, they would make choices that they thought were driven predominantly financially, but then you'd find out, well, yeah, but every time you buy a new plant, it lowers the overall quality score of the organization as a whole. So it does trickle all the way down to a plant level. But one of the benefits of doing this, an added benefit, was how much shelf life we got from the training. Like this, it's been years and they still talk about this, they still remember it. So we are much more likely to remember things that we engage in emotionally, which again is on that trajectory, is on that pathway to establishing a habit. Again, want to reinforce that we are focusing on skills, not on information transfer, right? So a skill is demonstrable. A skill is something that you do. It's immediately evident whether you're good at it or not. If I say that I can juggle, you would expect me to be able to prove it, and you could visibly see if I'm good at it or not. So when you're designing training, you want to focus on that, not, the learner will understand this or they'll know this. Fact checking or quizzing doesn't work as well as you'd want. You want to be able to create a skill that builds on activities. So what I like to think of, like, you have a series of activities that as they do them, they acquire that skill. If you're a screenwriter and the skill is that you have a finished screenplay, you need to be able to know certain aspects of how to write a screenplay. You need to know formatting. You need to know how to build characters. Right? I can look at a poorly formatted screenplay and immediately know that it's poorly done, immediately. And so your skill should be the same way. So an example of this would be, hand washing, right? Like you can tell immediately when someone has missed a step. It should be evident. We built this Create a Speak Up Culture program. So this is an 8-week automated program that we built for different companies. And part of the reason we did this is that we were talking to a very large coffee retailer, and they told us that they don't have the ability to train their employees in front of a computer. They don't have the technology. It's not like the stores have a bunch of iPads and stuff. So what's interesting is we were like, that doesn't matter. That's not how we were planning to build it anyway. We wanted it to be done on the job. The training should be done on the job. So we created this series that was essentially just 8 weeks of emails that would be sent out to the managers. So every week, this company has stand-ups in their retail stores. The employees get together and they start talking about stuff right before their shift. So why not, at the time where you've got their attention, do an activity that helps them develop a culture of speaking up? And that's what we built. So every week they would get a message that would say, hey, do this. It's going to take you 10, 15 minutes a week of investment. And then at the end of the week, we're going to remind you of what that is. And that's getting into the third aspect, which is you want this continual practice, continual conversation. This graph is more than 100 years old. This is Ebbinghaus's forgetting curve. As you look at this, what this means is that from a training event, from when you have a training event, the amount of information that gets jettisoned from the brain is huge. So over the course of 3 days, they've lost most of the training that you had. The way to prevent this is to have review sessions or reminders to keep it top of mind. So you can extend the amount of information that is retained over a longer period of time. So getting back to the Kerry group with the movie poster, we had done this training. One of the benefits of having it be that emotionally engaging is it helped elevate the Ebbinghaus curve much higher so that we didn't have to worry about that as much. But those sessions were not one and done. That was spread out over several months, and part of the reason we had the movie was to tie it back together. It'd be like sitting around a water cooler and saying, oh, you remember that movie in the scene where such and such happened? Everyone goes, oh, yeah, I remember. So we were getting that same benefit.
Yeah. So really the key takeaways here is we want to be leveraging the proper motivation, right? So how do we move from unmotivated and get past that extrinsic motivation of the punishment or the reward and start to move employees into this intrinsic motivation where it's part of who they are, it's becoming part of the culture and the way that we do things. The other takeaway is we want to overcome these unconscious barriers. So that entire flow chart that we kind of covered, that shows all of those unconscious barriers.
Yeah, and just on that point, like the people they do really have the intentions to want to speak up. That's the thing. I think there's a tendency for us to blame them for not speaking up. But they do want to, they're just not trained to as an automatic function. So we need to focus on what are they doing unconsciously. I mean, if you're a parent, you know this, you tell your kid, hey, will you do this chore, will you do this thing? And they're looking right at you and saying, yeah, I'll do it. And then they don't do it. It's like, you know that they want to, they're not at the capacity. And as we grow up, we don't really lose that, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then the third one is to develop psychological safety within the culture. If you haven't checked it out, there's a great book on the topic of psychological safety. The author is Amy Edmondson, and the book is called The Fearless Organization. And this is literally the book on psychological safety. So it provides a lot of the research that Dr. Edmondson did, and then her findings, and then her recommendations on how to start to build psychological safety within teams. Really, this is a topic that she spent pretty much her entire life researching, so it's really, really good stuff. And then, so once we have that, what was really cool when we were looking at designing something that would help to build the Speak Up culture, we wanted to have some kind of assessment. And thankfully, there's enough research out there, both from self-determination theory, from psychological safety, and from bystander intervention models for us to create a quick little 10-question Speak Up culture assessment. And so what we started doing is kind of rolling this out to the frontline employees to get a general idea of what is the Speak Up score. And so it provides an overall Speak Up score, but really it starts to drill down into the specifics because we were very curious about, well, you know, maybe the overall Speak Up score is this number, but how much of that is built up by psychological safety? How much is built up from autonomy or competence or relatedness? Because that gives us a little bit more of a kind of a granular approach. And so what I like about this is that so rarely within the work that we do around soft skills development, critical thinking, a lot of the times we have to rely on qualitative interviews, qualitative research to be able to go through and kind of figure out where we're at. Whereas with this particular topic, it's so rich in data that we're able to build this tool and be able to go out and kind of get a general idea of each company.
Yeah, we built the product, right? The creating a Speak Up culture program. So that's the 8-week thing. But we wanted there to be some kind of measurable impact to say, hey, this actually works. And where is the starting point? Because again, if we can't measure these things, we don't know if they're working. So this was a really powerful tool that Austin developed. I mean, I'll give you all the credit on this. But yeah, so you're able to break them down individually. But I wanted to ask if there were specific questions based on this talk that were coming up for you as you were listening. Is there anything that popped up? Yes. I need a mic.
Oh, there's a microphone.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. I'm Bruno. I wanted to ask you about two terms that we hear in terms of psychological needs, and you didn't mention. The one is about the need to belong. Is it something that is related for you to relatedness? And also the need to be recognized. Do you link it with the competence one, or?
Yes,
definitely.
So the need to belong and the need to be recognized are definitely, I would say that the recognize is also within the relatedness aspect, but competence can bleed over for sure. And I'll say that SDT, or self-determination theory, has other dimensions that they include, and their literature is amazing. Like, definitely get into them because there's a lot to read, and the fields of study range from sports medicine to business development. It's amazing. But all those things are working. So high performance sports also uses this framework because it's universal. It doesn't matter, like we all struggle with these things. This is a huge part of being human. And I think that there's something that we can often forget in that we run businesses is that we're dealing with people. We're all human beings and we have to remember that. There's a tendency for us to not want to allow for emotions in the workplace, but we're all emotional beings. It's just how we operate.
Thanks.
I have a
Yes.
I have a question. Where do you see whistleblowing in, some companies have to have a system in place now for whistleblowers to be able to say things. How does it fit with what you do? And can you see an impact in some of the scores that you've got?
So this is a really good one, because if you are developing the culture of speaking up, then you won't have to worry about whistleblowing anymore. So that's one of the added benefits, right? A culture where people aren't empowered to speak up usually leads to, eventually it gets to a boiling point. It gets so bad that now you have somebody who's a whistleblower, which is not a situation we want to be in. We want to fix this before it gets to that point. Because usually once it gets to that point, there's so much damage that has happened. And now it's getting reported, it's going out to a governmental agency, and I mean, we can talk about what some of that looks like.
Well, we had a hospitality client with 1,600 employees, and every year they would run anti-harassment training or bystander intervention training, and they would get 52 reports per year. So 1,600 employees, they would get 52 reports. And it bothered them because they just kept having to deal with these. Like, it was almost as if the training was causing the reports. So we have our own bystander intervention training, and not to pat ourselves on the back, but when we rolled it out, they had 0 reports. And the reason that they had 0 reports is that everybody was dealing with that conflict at the source. They weren't bringing in HR, they didn't need to. It saved them so much money. They run this every single year, and they're not in a nation that needs to actually run compliant training. So to answer the question, I think as far as the whistleblower stuff is concerned, you want people to be able to solve that at the source and not bring you into it.
Yep.
Dealing with human behaviors is very challenging in the food industry, not just in the food industry, but dealing with human behaviors as far as food safety culture and speaking up is a very delicate topic sometimes. Being in the food industry for over 20 years, I dealt with people from different backgrounds, different ethnic groups, and making people comfortable speaking up is very challenging.
It is.
And I know you deal with different levels, different levels of challenges, different types of challenges, as far, like I said, different ethnic groups, different, even language barriers might be a factor.
Sure.
So how do you deal, for me, say for example, I'm a quality assurance manager or in a leadership position. How do I deal with those people, like different backgrounds, different ethnic groups, different languages? Which level of creating or fostering a speak-up culture is more challenging to you?
So there, I want you to answer this as well, because you got a lot on this. The size, particularly, like where you're speaking to. But I'll say that you have a culture regardless of whether you want to have it or not. What influences that difficulty can be a number of things, like you mentioned. It can be language barriers. It can be what they call artifacts, cultural artifacts, what people accept as the norm, but that's not really talked about overtly. Part of the reason we built this program was not to have a one recipe for everyone. Everyone's got different challenges, but there is a framework or a philosophy that will actually help you build a speak up culture. So we have a client that has a group in American Samoan, and they have specific challenges to them overcoming. Like they'll say, yes, we're going to take care of this, we'll do this, and then they don't actually do it. And this person's very frustrated that they have this cultural phenomenon, whereas the American branch does not. And I would say that what she's, struggling with is just appealing to that specific cultural artifact, like knowing it, calling it out. You have to be aware that that's the feature. So if you have a language barrier and you've clearly thought about this for a long time, what are the ways that you can circumvent that and prevent that from being an issue? How can you personally be inventive and thoughtful about approaching that so that you don't have the language barrier contributing to that culture of not speaking up? And so this is what I'm talking about, removing these barriers. It's not just like the unconscious stuff, it can even be technical. You know, one of the things that's interesting about the anti-harassment stuff is in the US we have a website for California that you go on to file the report, or to take the training. So if you want to take free training on anti-harassment, you can do it through the state of California. But when you go to the state website, in a giant button, it says, file a report. So do you think an employee who goes to this thing for free and is like, I gotta sit through an hour of this training, or I could file a report? And so it's like almost leading them to file the report. It's like, it's a clear design gap that just remove that. Like don't have to be a factor. But no one is thinking as critically as you are about like, hey, what are the factors? What are the dimensions that are influencing them? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and the motivation aspect is the same, regardless. You know, when I was talking about that earlier, that these are global motivators. So regardless of hierarchy or location, these three elements always apply: the sense of autonomy, relatedness, and competence. Getting a little bit more granular, having SMEs who can come in and say, well, within this, within this particular environment, here's the issue that we're having, is always nice to have so that you can customize a little bit to that specific audience. Also, I say teaching in the native language by someone who is a native speaker is always a really good idea as well, because someone who speaks that language as a second language, most of the time the audience can tell.
Well, you mentioned like that this stuff happens at a group level, and that group can be like 15 to 20 people. It does not have to be the entire organization all at once. It's just you have different department sections, you can break it up.
Yeah.
Talking about speak up. Just try and get your questions on the app if you are reluctant to come up and speak. Or
we have one up here, Bobby.
One in the front here.
Over here.
Okay. I'm going to come to you. You can just open the Q&A on the app for the session and post your questions there. There are a couple there, but
also post our information here.
Addressed.
Feel free to reach out to us or connect with us on LinkedIn, and we can answer questions as well.
Thank you so much for your session. I just have a quick question.
Yes.
So what practical advice would you give someone who does not find that safety net at their workplace, or psychological safety as we spoke today? So do you have any practical advice to those who do not find that in their workplace?
You have to create it. And unfortunately, I mean, that means whatever your macrocosm of that workspace is, you have to kind of be that within your department. We all have the opportunity to make significant change. And if the organization doesn't as a whole, we've got to start somewhere. You know, even if it's a broom closet, you know?
Yeah, if we can't build that psychological safety, I mean, we're almost dead in the water.
Are you reconsidering jobs?
Mine is actually a follow-up question on that one. In terms of the psychological fear of being looked at as someone who's telling secrets, or
yes.
So how would you suggest someone to, because senior management would say, yeah, we speak up, everyone can say what they want, but psychologically some people will find an issue, they know there's a risk, they've assessed it, but psychologically they're afraid to raise that issue in general.
There was a study done where they had a group of people in a room and they had math problems up on the board. And it would be things like, which line is longer? And there'd be one line that's like this and another line that's like this. And the person, there would be like 3 or 4 people that say, oh, it's the other one, the short one. And then the participants who didn't know that everyone else in the room was paid for, and they were the researchers, was like, okay, I guess that's the smaller one is the longer one. Like they were forced to believe this because everybody in the room was gaslighting them. They were lying to them about this to see if it would influence their decision. And so if you have a room full of people that all are making it normal that you are speaking up and they're all speaking up, that modeling behavior is how you get past that.
And giving them the opportunity to do small speak up things, right? So we don't want to wait to like give someone the opportunity to speak up once it's this massive issue. So when we talk about having this training become part of like your weekly check-in or your stand-up or your shift meeting, getting people to start to speak up about small issues first, so that helps to build that courage and show that there's not going to be repercussions for bringing these things up. So we provide that opportunity of those activities that will build the skill of speaking up by doing small incremental steps.
There's a concept called WAM. Like you have a WAM, it's a weekly accountability meeting. So WAM. And these are just stand-ups where people get up and they say, here's what I'm working on, here's my goal that I have set for myself, and here's some challenges that I might run into. That's it. And they're not asking for advice. They're just going, hey, here's what I'm working on, here's what I'm worried is going to be a problem, and here's how I'm going to try to solve that. And that's it. And just that little sharing. Again, no one's jumping on them and saying, well, you should do it like this, and this has got to be this way. They're just telling you what they're dealing with. And something about that, it's speaking. It's why icebreakers exist. You have icebreakers because people physically starting to talk makes them want to talk more.
Hi, good evening, Richard and Austin. Question for either of you. I'd like to ask your experience in implementing speak-up culture in a nation with a robust employee protection versus nations with lesser employee protection regulations.
Missing the very last part of that. Nation with what?
Lesser developed employee protection.
Yes. So that's partly why I mentioned we've had a couple that were like fishing communities. And again, I think you're dealing with the same exact stuff. Self-determination theory describes a universal condition. So it doesn't actually matter what the living conditions are. It's, for example, politeness is something that every single culture in the world, even remote tribes, believe in politeness. It's a factor that's very, very important. And so we're leveraging things like that. And that's part of why this research is so powerful, is because it's not something that it's almost like you can't say, well, my company's different. Which we hear a lot, like, well, it's different where we work. It's not actually that different. We are far more alike than we are dissimilar. And so the experience that we've had is the same thing. There may be some of the barriers that one gentleman was asking about where, you might have linguistic or, language problems, reading problems, literacy issues. All that stuff is just the technical as far as we're concerned. The main thing is what is the emotional trigger that is lacking? And where are we falling short of having autonomy, relatedness, and competence in how we're teaching these people?
That said, I think both Richard and I will agree that there needs to be a baseline support for physical needs before we can get into psychological needs.
That's a good point.
If a lot of companies are struggling with pay and paying a certain wage for the requested outcome. And so if if that physical need of, support, being able to afford food, water, shelter, those are kind of like the cost of entry before we can get into actually building a culture of speaking up.
Does that answer your question?
There's a question online. You mentioned film Hush. Where can we watch this?
Where can we what?
Watch the film Hush.
So we have two different companies. Sage.media is the custom consulting that we do. So that's what Carrie hired us to do. That's where we're doing like the full film production and the program development. So it's on our customer journey site on the Sage.media. And then the creating a speak up culture is Sage.academy, which is the off-the-shelf stuff.
But yeah, unfortunately, we cannot share the full Hush video because once we create that, the client owns the copyrights to that.
But we do have
Yeah, we have clips that we can share, but we can't show the whole thing because that's a whole IP situation.
It's good. It's good.
But if you would like to see more of it, come track me down and I might be able to show you some stuff on the fly.
Yeah.
I think, more questions? Maybe they catch
Like
you
I said, feel free to reach out to us if you have more questions, but thank you so much for attending. Really appreciate your presence and your attention.
Thank you so much, Richard and Austin.
Thank you.
Great talk. So, a couple of announcements. Speakers, please stay at the registration desk area on the left. On the left, like as I'm pointing out, that's where you will get the timings for the bus. I think there's one on the way. So stay around in the registration desk. Staff announcements will come in at what time you can get back to the hotel. So all speakers and guests who are getting to the Marriott Jeddah Hotel. Tomorrow morning, we start at 8:30, and we are going to continue this story. So the first session at 8:30 in Sheikh Rashid D Hall is about how to sell food safety to the top management. So pretty related to what we are looking at today, but I think very important for a lot of you who are into quality assurance, food safety, HACCP, etc. Convincing your management is a very big part of your work life, and I think that's what we're going to learn from Nuno Soares tomorrow morning. Wish you a happy evening and see you tomorrow. Get some rest and be back.